Chair Weeks, it is 4:30 whenever you're ready to get started.
Are you ready to get started? Okay, great. So with that, I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Planning Commission. Can you please call roll?
Commissioner Carter?
Here.
Commissioner Cisco?
Here.
Commissioner Holton?
Here.
Commissioner Peterson?
Here.
Commissioner Sanders?
Present.
Vice Chair Duggan?
Here.
Chair Weeks.
Here.
Let the record reflect that all commissioners are present.
Thank you. Then we'll move on to approval of the minutes. The first set of minutes are from July 13th. Do I have any changes, corrections? Okay, and seeing none on those would stand approved. Then August 24th minutes, are there, Commissioner Cisco?
Yeah, I noted a couple of corrections. Under the Hollyhock subdivision, when it cites ex parte disclosures, it said no disclosures were made, but I believe you did say you visited the site, so wanted to get that captured. And then under 9.3, the 7-Eleven sale of beer and wine are ex parte disclosures. It indicates that I noted that there was a member who was inebriated at the actual site, and what I had said was on my way to visit the site, I noted a police confrontation with an individual out in front of the 9th Street Market, so I want to get that clear so that the site isn't getting loaded up with things that aren't appropriate. And I believe Commissioner Holton did that as well. He did not witness someone inebriated at the college site. It was on his way to the site at the 9th Street Market. So those corrections.
Thank you. So those changes will be made. Thank you.
I got it. Thank you.
So then, before we start, I wanted to mention that I'm going to be reordering the agenda tonight, moving the study session to the end of the meeting, and moving item 10.2 before 10.1. So the way the agenda will go, the first items will be 10.2, 10.1, and then the study session. So wanted everybody to know about that before we got to that spot. So with that, we'll go ahead and take public comments on non-agenda matters. If you have anything to say on an item that is not on the agenda, please make your way to one of the podiums up there, and you will be given 3 minutes to speak. Seeing no one there, is there anybody on Zoom?
We do have about 5 attendees via Zoom. If you wish to make a public comment on non-agenda items, please raise your hand. Chair Weeks, no hands are raised.
Thank you. So with that, I'll close this first public comment period, or this public comment period on non-agenda matters. And we'll move on to commission business. I'll start by reading our statement of purpose. The Planning Commission is charged with carrying out the California Planning and zoning laws in the city of Santa Rosa. Duties include implementing of plans, ordinances, and policies relating to land use matters, assisting in writing and implementing the general plan and area plans, holding public hearings and acting on proposed changes to the zoning code, zoning map, general plan, tentative subdivision maps, and undertaking special planning studies as needed. So with that, I'll move on to 4.2 Commissioners' reports. Are there any reports from my fellow commissioners? Commissioner Carter?
Yeah, on the September 5th, the subdivision subcommittee approved a 3-lot subdivision on Guerneville Road for low-density housing development.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Okay, so with that, we'll move on. No, I do need to ask if there are any public comments on item 4.2. Are there any public comments on our commissioners' reports? If so, make your way to the podium at the top. Seeing nobody, is there anybody on Zoom?
No hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, so then we will go ahead and move on to department report.
Thank you. Yes, Chair Weeks and members of the commission, Jessica Jones, Deputy Director of Planning. Just one quick item of note for the commission. We have scheduled the Shanate at Woodlands neighborhood meeting. It is scheduled for Monday, October 2nd. It'll be held here in the council chambers at 6 p.m. And it will be both an in-person and a Zoom meeting, so kind of a hybrid where people can participate in both ways. We are expecting a lot of folks attending, so we're hoping that anybody who wants to participate via Zoom will do that, so that we can make sure that we've got enough space here in the chambers. But we will be providing speakers in our courtyard should we have an overflow. And then just a reminder to the commission, if any of you are interested in attending, to please just let us know. And then also a reminder that the meeting will be recorded, so you would be able to go back and watch it after the fact. That's all I have.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on the department report? Anything on Zoom?
No hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you. Are there any, we'll move on to item 6, statement of abstention. Are there any statements of abstention tonight? Nope, seeing none. We will jump over the study session and move on to public hearings. So I would like, I will check with the attorney to see, do I need a motion to move 10.2 to 10.1?
You just have reordered the agenda, and then if you, are we going to take 10.2 and someone's going to explain about the request for a continuance?
So then, okay, so I don't need to make a motion of any kind, or have a motion made of any kind?
Not to reorder the agenda.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So we'll go ahead with Ms. Murray, item 10.2.
Sorry to interrupt, Planner Murray, before you get started. Chair Weeks, you skipped over item 8 and item 9.
Oh, sorry. There's nothing on item 8 and nothing on item 9. So now we'll go to Ms. Murray. This is a public hearing, Coffee Park Self-Storage Exempt Project Conditional Use Permit, 3282 Coffee Lane, CUP 21-101.
And good afternoon, Chair Weeks and members of the Planning Commission. I would like to request a continuance for this item to a date uncertain. We have a little bit of research to do still.
Do I have a motion?
Chair Weeks, I'll move that we continue this item to a date uncertain.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Commissioner?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. So that was moved by Commissioner Cisco, seconded by Commissioner Holton. Can we have the vote, please?
Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
Commissioner Cisco?
Aye.
Commissioner Holton?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sanders?
Aye.
Vice Chair Duggan?
Aye.
Chair Weeks.
Aye. So that passes with 7 ayes, and it is continued to a date uncertain. Thank you. So now we will take item 10.1. This is a continued item. It's a public hearing, bunya tree removal. It's an appeal. 1080 2nd Street, TR 22-062. And Ms. Murray, would you? And I did want to mention that this is an ex parte item, so can we have any disclosures? Start with Commissioner Holton.
I visited the site and I have nothing further to disclose.
Thank you. Commissioner Cisco.
I also visited the site and have no new information to disclose.
Vice Chair Duggan.
I visited the site, and I also reviewed the video from the August 24th meeting and have nothing further to disclose.
Thank you. Commissioner Peterson.
I also visited the site and have no new information to disclose.
Commissioner Carter.
I've visited the site and have nothing further to disclose.
Thank you. And Commissioner Sanders.
I also have visited the site and have nothing further to disclose.
Thank you. And I also visited the site and have nothing further to disclose. So with that, Ms. Murray.
Okay. Hello again. The project before you is an appeal of the director's decision to go ahead or to deny the removal of a bunya tree that's located at 1080 2nd Street. Here's a photograph of it. The tree is approximately 125 feet tall and a beautiful tree. The part of the appeal process, the appellant is required to provide grounds for appeal. They provided two. The first, that the denial of the application to remove a hazardous tree constitutes a taking in violation of the state and federal constitution and other laws. As you can see here, staff's response is that the adoption, implementation, and enforcement of a land use regulation such as the city's tree ordinance constitutes a permissible exercise of police power. The second grounds for appeal was that falling branches and cones from the tree pose a health risk and a safety hazard to people, utility lines, sidewalk, etc. The tree has a history. A resident has been hit by fallen debris. A shed was destroyed by falling material, and roots are lifting from the sidewalk, roots are lifting the sidewalk. Staff response to those is the falling tree branches and cones is a maintenance issue. A lot of people in Santa Rosa and all over the state, probably all over the world, have large trees on their properties. Large trees require maintenance. So if required maintenance measures are implemented, the tree's overall risk factor is reduced to low. And I'll talk a little bit more about that further into the presentation. Roots lift sidewalks citywide. Property owners citywide are responsible for those repairs. I apologize for the highlighting on this slide. I I was on vacation when this got posted, and that was a reminder to myself. So there were actually 3 evaluations completed by 3 very qualified arborists in the city. The arborists all agree that the characteristics that are related to safety include some codominant stems. There are 3 of them at the very top of the tree. Heavy branches, which is typical of a bunya tree. Falling cones, some of which get very large if they're allowed to mature. And of course, falling and fallen debris. The leaves on a bunya tree are very sharp. A lot of times people that are working on bunya trees wear protective clothing, and I will say that I haven't met an arborist or a tree climber that likes working on bunya trees. So something that all 3 arborists also agree on is that cabling the codominant stems, thinning the foliage, removing the cones before they mature, and removing fallen debris will reduce the risk hazard for the bunya trees. Here's an aerial view of the site, and the circle represents the location of the bunya tree. Here is, gosh, it's hard to see. The property outlined in blue is adjacent to Santa Rosa Creek, is the subject site, and you can see around it, oh, there we go. There's the circle from the bunya tree, and there's the Silvercrest Apartments, Memorial Hospital. There's residential and commercial surrounding the subject site, and just to give you an idea about the neighborhood context. So this tree has a lot of application history. The first application that I'm aware of, that I could find, is from back in 1999, where it was a staff level, director level review, and the tree permit was approved. We approved it for removal. It came to the Planning Commission on appeal from the neighbors. Staff's decision was upheld and the appeal was denied. The neighbors then took it to the City Council on appeal. This is one of those funny permits that we have in the city that actually has two opportunities to appeal. One first to the Planning Commission and second to the City Council. Back in June of 1999, the council granted the appeal and denied the tree removal. Then the second application came in 2006. Director denied that permit, and there was no appeal submitted. Several years later, in 2019, again, the director denied a request to remove the tree. An appeal application was submitted, but they did not include the appropriate fee. The appeal period was extended so that they could get the fee to us, and no fee was, well, a partial fee was received. So subject of tonight's discussion is the fourth application. It was submitted on September 1st last year. We have conflicting arborist reports. The applicant submitted a report, and I want to reiterate, we have 3 very qualified arborists weighing in on this. The applicant's first arborist gave us a report. Knowing the background of the tree, staff did a site visit, and we have another arborist that's under contract with the city since our Lisa Grant has retired. So we contracted with them to go out and do a second evaluation. After the results of that, the two were in conflict, but there was some email correspondence between staff and the first arborist where, again, there was, I don't want to say that the assumption that cones would not be removed, but when you consider that cones will be removed, branches will be lightened, foliage will be removed from both the ground and the tree lightened, we came to the agreement, again, that does reduce the risk. The permit was denied in March, and 10 days later, we received the appeal application. The meeting was scheduled, the original meeting, back on August 24th, and that afternoon, we received the third arborist's report. And we continued the meeting. Since then, we also had, let me go back to that. Since then, we had the city's arborist weigh in again on that report, and that was addressed in the staff report, and copies of all those memos were available. I know of at least 2 of those arborists are in the room this evening, so if we need any clarifications, we've certainly got the expertise here. So the site is located in an area designated as office on the general plan. I kind of threw this in as a force of habit. Unlike most projects that you see, this has nothing to do with the zoning code, at least those that I present to you. This has everything to do with the tree ordinance, which is City Code Chapter 1724. That was enacted by council and to protect trees that are an essential part of the city's heritage. That section of the city code also recognizes the individual property owners' rights to utilize privately owned property. But, and that is also the section of the code that allows 2 appeals, one to the commission and one to the council. What it requires us to consider during our review, during staff's review, is the overall condition of the tree, the surrounding area, the tree's symmetry, aesthetics, how much shade it provides, density of trees in the area. So sometimes we want that density. Bunya trees happen to be the trees that don't like to be crowded. Impacts on air pollution, historic values, the general welfare of the city, and not just the property owner, I'll point out, and good urban forestry practices. So I've also added that, it's been acknowledged that the city has 2 bunya trees on our Railroad Square and Courthouse Square. And here we have a photograph of the tree down on Railroad Square on the image on the right, and on the left, the Railroad Square, there we go, the star shows where the tree is located. And then in Courthouse Square, I'll just get that star up now, here's a photograph of the one in Courthouse Square and the location of it. Similar to other property owners in the city does maintain these trees. We remove the cones, we thin the branches, and we eliminate the debris that falls under the tree. Again, those needles are sharp. The trees, as I've learned through this process, have both male and female pods. And the female pods grow to be about, they can get pretty large, 24 pounds. And you can see some images here. These were taken off Google, and gives you an idea of the size. And that's at full maturity. So if the Planning Commission upholds staff's decision to deny the tree removal permit, the project would be compliant with the California Environmental Quality Act, because there wouldn't be any change. It would have no effect on the environment. We did receive several public comments that was uploaded, or those were uploaded as an attachment to the staff report. Of all the public comments that were received, I received one voicemail that expressed opposition to the removal of the tree, and she was concerned about the pods falling. So with that, it's recommended by the Planning and Economic Development Department that the Planning Commission, by resolution, deny the appeal and uphold the director's decision to deny the tree permit requesting to remove the bunya tree at 1080 2nd Street. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm throwing my contact information up here now, and if there are any callers that can't see that, my name is Susie Murray, and my phone number is 707-543-4348, and you can also reach me by email at smurray@srcity.org.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Are there any questions of staff before we go to the appellant? Commissioner Carter.
Do we know in the first action where the permit was approved, who appealed that approval?
I don't know who appealed it. I know it was appealed by a neighbor. I should say, it was not appealed by the applicant. It could have been a resident of the Salvation Army, but it was not appealed by the applicant.
Commissioner Sanders.
Do we have any information on the cost of maintaining the other 2 bunya trees that we have at Courthouse Square, Railroad Square? Do we know what, the frequency of maintenance, what it costs?
I don't know the cost. I don't know that it would be apples to apples, because it used to be city staff that did the maintenance. I've seen the cherry pickers out there and what have you. So I would have to defer to our Public Works Department or our Parks Department. I would also defer to the applicant. I think that they would have a more realistic cost on their own tree. I think their report said $3,500 a year. And that was just the tree maintenance. I don't know what their costs were that were associated with the sidewalk cracks, but I'm sure that they'll be able to answer that question.
And I'm sorry, were you done? Sorry, I didn't mean to jump on your toes. I have a question. On the tree ordinance slide, slide 11, says that it allows 2 appeals, one to commission and one to council. So is that 2 appeal per site, per year, per?
It's per per action, or director action on the tree removal permit. So what they requested the tree permit to remove the tree. They had, we acted on it, denied it. They had 10 days to appeal that. And depending on the outcome of this action, there will be a 10-day appeal period, and anybody can appeal the action of the Planning Commission.
So I guess what I'm asking is it 2 appeals per permit application?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and if I could just quickly clarify, and we wanted to bring that to your attention because it's not typical. All of our other entitlement applications have one opportunity for appeal. The action is taken, they can appeal that, and that appeal is then final. In this instance, the tree ordinance allows an appeal of the director decision to the Planning Commission, and then a second appeal of that Planning Commission's decision to the council. So it's an oddity, and we just wanted to make sure that the commission was aware of that.
Great, thanks for highlighting that. So with that, if there's no other questions of staff, Vice Chair Duggan.
Yeah, I have one more that Commissioner Sanders' questions reminded me of. So do you have any information about how often the city bunya trees at Courthouse Square and Railroad Square are maintained? Is it once a year, twice a year? And how often how fast do the pods grow?
So again, I don't know the frequency of our maintenance, of our trees. I am sure that it's more frequent, cleaning up the debris under the tree, but as far as removing the pods, they take about 3 years to develop, and I'm learning that through the process. I've had 2 of our 3 tree professionals confirm that for me. So, but they don't just pop out at 24 pounds. They take 3 years to develop to that size. So they're very visible before they're that big.
Thank you. So with that, we'll go to the appellant. You will have 10 minutes, and if you could please state your name for the record.
Thank you.
Can you get really close to the microphone? Actually, and you can raise the podium.
Can you hear me okay? There we go. Thank you. Better?
And speak really close to the microphone, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Weeks and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Michelle Zyromsky, and I am the attorney for the Salvation Army. I do work downtown at 613 4th Street. I also live downtown. And I would like to just let you know that our initial presentation is going to be comprised of myself with some opening remarks, and then we have James McNair, an arborist, and then Catherine Anderson on behalf of the Salvation Army, and then I will wrap it up. I do believe, in response to a question from one of the commission members, that back in 1999, when the request to take down the tree was approved, it was someone by the name of Alan Strawn who then voiced opposition, and then the decision was reversed. And I believe I've seen that in the file again. This is a very large file. So the basis of our appeal is not that we are anti-tree, and it's not that we are not respectful of certain trees. This is not a heritage tree. This is a dangerous tree, and aesthetics does not outweigh the safety. Because the question here is a serious legal issue of liability for severe injury or damage, and the Salvation Army's inability to handle that type of a risk. The primary concern, as you will hear, are the cones, because they have fallen before, and also the branches, which have fallen before and have hit our residents before. Being a lawyer, we are very cognizant of risk and the fact that the cones and branches can do very serious damage, including death. We are just not willing to assume that type of a risk when it is a known risk and it's a proven risk. The arborist from the city has some solutions, but his solutions are pricey, and they're year after year after year that the burden of doing this is placed on the Salvation Army. There's also no guarantee and no warranty from Mr. Fry that that is going to work. We're asking to eliminate the risk. He does not state in any report that he has ever done that his proposals will eliminate the risk. That is our concern. We are very aware of our exposure to premises liability under Civil Code Section 1714, and the problem is that we are being unwillingly subjected to that exposure by the city's refusal to allow us to eliminate the risk that is on our own property. That's where the taking part comes in, but again, I want to emphasize it is a serious risk of serious injury, bodily injury, property injury, and death. And with that, I will yield to Mr. McNair. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm James McNair. I'm a consulting arborist. Also happen to be the contract arborist for the city of Healdsburg, so I'm very familiar with these type of applications and issues. And I've been a tree risk assessor. I'm in my third 5-year qualification phasing. So a lot of experience with trees and tree injury, tree fatality cases. So I take this very seriously. When I did my risk assessment, the primary premise of doing these, our methodology, our best management practices for assessing risk is really you're trying to capture the likelihood of an event happening, in this case, a tree part falling, and the severity of the consequences. What happens when the tree part falls and hits a target, whether it be a person, a car, building. And so we have a very standardized, methodical approach to developing a risk assessment procedure. I rated this tree as moderate to high risk category, especially during the 3 to 4 months when cones, if they are left on the tree, would be maturing. And these cones are, as you can see by the weight, are definitely capable of serious injury and or death. So very serious concern. They're known worldwide for being dangerous. And this is not your typical tree that you're trying to maintain. This is much more intensive, much more complicated. You have a 120-foot tree. You're up in the upper crown doing this work. It's been proposed to do cabling procedure because you have 3 trunks formed in that upper crown that need to be supported. And that requires an annual inspection on maintenance of just the cabling support system. And then you have the cone removal. So, you're up there in this tree. Someone brought in some of the leaves and leaflets of this tree. They're extremely sharp. So it's very dangerous work, very high off the ground, very tedious. And the problem is, you can have the best of intentions now and saying, okay, property owner, take care of this tree. But in my experience, if you're looking out 50 to 100 years, it's maybe the potential lifespan of this tree, property managers change, budgets change. And all it takes is, 1 year or a series of years that it's not maintained as you're requiring, that then you could have a serious problem. So it's an onerous kind of commitment to the property owner, which I question if it's reasonable in that sense. And it's also this kind of, we projected a cost of average of $2,000 to $3,000 per year. And, extrapolated over 50 years, it's serious money. And that money is going to be taken from the budget of the landscape budget for the rest of the, the low-income housing. They have set budgets. It's not unlimited. And this tree will be requiring a lot of monetary support. So I guess in closing, this is a tree I would never recommend be planted in a spot like this. and always, you want to look for the right tree in the right place. And I think if there is historical interest in the tree, you could probably take cuttings from the tree, or when a cone does develop, take the seed and plant it somewhere where it's not going to be near people, and it'll kind of carry on at least the genetics of this specific tree. So in my opinion, it's not reasonable to laden the property owner with this kind of burden, and I think it's highly probable that at some point in the future it just won't happen, and then the risk of someone getting hurt goes dramatically higher. So, thank you.
And I believe Catherine Anderson is on the Zoom.
And can you please state your name for the record when you come on? Thank you.
Catherine, we sent you a prompt to unmute yourself.
My apologies. I been having a little problem with my mouse. So my name is Catherine Anderson. I'm the Regional Property Manager for Silvercrest Property Management. I represent the owners, the Salvation Army, and thank you for having me, and please accept my apologies for not attending in person. I've been put on travel restrictions because I'm about to give birth any minute now. So I'd like to discuss with you today my obligations to the safety of our beautiful, diverse senior community, and the majority of whom are extremely low income, and many of which are disabled or otherwise vulnerable. And my obligation to the federal government, who holds the contract in place for us to house our community. Our goal is to put the needs and the safety of our community at the forefront of our priorities. It is my role to evaluate risk and liability for our community. It's also my role to make sure we are in compliance with the rules of the federal government to keep our contract in place. We are federally funded, which means that usually we're inspected annually, sometimes more, to make sure that our property is in safe condition. If we do not provide safe conditions, we're liable to lose our contract. This includes, but it's not limited to, all of our common areas, both inside and out. And losing our Section 8 low-income housing subsidy would affect over 150 members of our community. I bring this up because the bunya tree does not just drop the over 20-pound watermelon-sized cones, but also drops the small branches. And while we have the staff to maintain the grounds on a daily basis, Monday through Friday, during normal business hours, these branches are 2 to 3 feet long. They're basically sticks wrapped in razor blades and dropped daily. So, which I initially found out the hard way the first time I came around the property and cut myself. Our seniors have mobility issues, and if one were to fall after hours with thin skin and lack of mobility, walking around our parking lots and our sidewalk, it could be a trip hazard that could make it so that they would cut themselves and potentially fall on them or cause a serious injury. A small branch trip hazard may not be a large liability for you or I, but for a resident using a walker or a cane, simply trying to move the branch could cause a trip and fall, which could mean serious injury or death in the wrong circumstances. And I've seen it happen at other properties with other types of trip hazards. And this is an unexpected trip hazard on a regular basis, which is quite scary for us and the residents. It's also my main safety concern when it comes to our residents on a daily basis. Now, no matter how much maintenance we perform and how careful we are, pods do get missed, and the small branches continue to fall daily even with the trimming. It's only a matter of time before a branch or pod does serious harm that either alert HUD and potentially end our contract or lose a lawsuit that could deplete our limited funds that are intended for items such as keeping up our 50-year-old building up to current building standards. While the Salvation Army has a big name, we are a nonprofit, and all funds are meant to help our community to maintain safe, clean, and affordable housing. So costs that may be estimated to be $3,500, maybe a pod removal and some tree trimming, it does not include the cost for permits, other damages, liability, which includes rising property and liability insurance costs. We estimate that we're between, $7,000 to $10,000 on our annual basis between all the different costs. And the more incidents that occur, such as the destroying of the shed, destroying of our backflow device, which limited water to our community for a little while, and other types of damages to cars and humans, just keeps the cost rising every year. So what may not seem like a lot of cost on one end can long-term be quite a high cost on the reality of things. I appreciate your time today, and I hope that you take into consideration our vulnerable community and the rising costs on an annual basis and liability to our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just to sum up the closing of our initial presentation, I know that there are several members of the community here who would like to speak to you. I would ask that you seriously consider our request to please allow us to take the tree down, eliminate the risk, and if there's anyone on the fence on that, then give us a chance to talk with risk management, the city attorney, the city manager, to answer any questions that you might have. So in that regard, perhaps tabling a decision for a while to allow us to have those discussions. But we do very much thank you for your time and your consideration, and we do have other people who would like to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the appellant have any more in their team, and how are we doing on time? Can we hold on just 1 minute? The appellant, it's my understanding, had some people from Silvercrest or from, that is all part of the appellant presentation. The residents will speak during the public hearing item
That's correct.
portion. I
Right.
just wanted to make sure that that's, thank you. So is there anybody else speaking as part of the appellant item? And then also, if there is anybody, how are we doing on time? Because the appellant has 10 minutes.
We're past the 10-minute mark.
Oh, okay. Well, then we'll go ahead. Thank you. Are there any questions of the appellant at this time before we open the public hearing on this item? I do have a question for you. You talked, or actually Ms. Anderson talked about that you have Section 8 inspectors coming to inspect the units for health and safety. Have they ever said that the tree posed a health and safety issue during their inspections?
Let me check with the managers on that. Not that we're aware of.
Okay, thank you. So with that, okay, yes, Vice Chair Duggan.
Could I ask a related question about the inspectors to come and make sure everything is safe and good for your residents? Have the inspectors ever expressed concern? I think you have a bunch of redwood trees that are very close to the building in a fenced-off courtyard at the side of the building. Have they ever expressed concern about those trees?
So again, that was probably a question for Sharon King, who will be speaking, who is the longtime resident manager.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, thank you. We will go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. If you would like, you can go to one of the two podiums. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record. And if I could ask Captain Corcoran to help maneuver the podium if people need it, I would appreciate that help. Thank you.
Gotcha.
Thank you. And if you could state your name for the record, and as I said, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Sharon King. I'm a part-time employee of the Salvation Army, having recently retired, and had direct supervision of the Santa Rosa Silvercrest property from June of 2002 until March of 2023. We are asking the City of Santa Rosa to permit Silvercrest to remove the subject bunya tree. This tree and the property on which it stands, are wholly owned by the Salvation Army Residences, Inc., which in turn is wholly owned by the Salvation Army, a California corporation. The city would have you believe the question of whether the tree should remain is just a matter of maintenance. The Salvation Army has gone to great expense and effort to maintain the tree and the surrounding areas. We contend that no amount of maintenance will remove the risk of damage to persons and property or the liability the Salvation Army carries as the sole owner. 2 weeks after the tree was professionally stripped of cones in 2006, a missed cone totally obliterated a tool shed in the senior garden area. We don't blame the tree service because, as the city knows, the cones are the same color as the tree and are exceptionally difficult to remove. The most recent cone fall damaged our backflow device for the garden area. I witnessed myself a cone fall squarely in the middle of the sidewalk, which we do not have the right to block. Beyond the occasional cone fall, the branchlets are extremely sharp and have caused injury to our staff and at least one senior working in the garden area. I brought some branches to show you, but if you're going to touch them, be careful. They easily pierce skin and could cause infection. We love trees. We maintain about 20 trees on the Silvercrest property, including several redwoods, which were planted when Silvercrest was built and currently exceed 100 feet. We have already agreed to replace the tree in accordance with Code 17-24.075 with a more suitable specimen on the approved tree list. Those who object to the removal bear none of the liability for its natural behavior. They do not own it or insure it against loss or injury. It is unjust that the Salvation Army is required to continue to bear risk and liability without recourse for private property, especially when that risk cannot entirely be eliminated short of removing the tree. And I thank you for this opportunity. If you have any questions.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to speak on this item? Please go to the podium and state your name. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners and staff.
Excuse me, I think he was first.
Oh, sorry, go right ahead.
It's actually better if...
Oh, okay, go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, I'm Captain Sean Kelsey. I'm the Sonoma County Coordinator for the Salvation Army. I just want to remind everybody, if you don't know, that the Salvation Army has been supporting our community, helping those in need for over 134 years. We do have the Twin Towers, which is a government-funded HUD program for our seniors that are in need, but also right next door to the Twin Towers, we do also have a community activity center for our seniors as well, which is privately funded by our donors. One of the things that is difficult for us is we're trying to provide assistance for those during the summer who can't afford their AC bills and in the winter can't afford to keep the heat on, not to mention all of the other programs that we do throughout the year, and particularly here in Santa Rosa, is that we have those that are supporting our seniors at our senior activity center that is privately funded, and we're using funds to maintain a tree that is so potentially harmful to our seniors. To be honest with you, as being really the main person in responsibility for the Salvation Army's activity in Sonoma County, I dread the call to get in the evening that from our senior director that somebody has been struck by one of these, either the branches or the pods. And so I just wanted to make sure and share that with you. I just thank you for the commission to listen to us and to have some very thoughtful questions tonight. And we would really love to be able to get approval for it to be removed. We love trees. We have, as was mentioned, some beautiful redwoods that we just adore. But because we do have a parking lot that is where the seniors do need to walk by the bunya tree to get to our activity center and also to go home at night to sleep, there's just so much potential for hazard. And so thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name's Evan Hughes. I live on Pierce Street near downtown. I live about 100 feet away from this tree. I'd like to, if it's okay, bring the discussion back down to earth for a second. I have a 2-year-old daughter. Her health and safety means more to me than anything else in the world. I walk under that tree at least 2 to 3 times a week with her. One of her favorite things to do is go over to what she calls the big spiky tree and stomp on the branches. I'm always very careful to tell her, be careful, sweetie, don't touch them. You know what scares me a lot more than the tree is the traffic 5 feet away from me on the road. So we embrace risk and make risk assessments every day of our lives. If the approach that we're going to take when we're confronted with the reality of an organism that's older than this building and older than everybody in it is to kill it because it's inconvenient, I don't think that says a lot of things that are good about this place or the people that live here. And I know that that's not a reflection of who we are. The reality is this tree is a heritage tree. There is only one person in Santa Rosa who would have been here 110 years ago running around with exotic tree seeds from Australia. That's Luther Burbank. Nobody else would have had those seeds but him. I don't know that for certain, but he had a bunya tree growing in his front yard. So he almost assuredly played a role in planting it or in protecting it. And I think given his importance to the city, that qualifies it as a heritage tree. The reality is, and it's sad, but the reality is that large, mature trees like this are a precious resource. And every year, more and more of them burn down or are cut down. They are, quite frankly, an essential part of what makes the city such a special place to live. And once they're gone, there's no amount of money that can bring them back. And there's nothing that we can build to replace them. Ultimately, this is about money. It's about saving money. Because the fact of the matter is, they could put a budget line item in there for cutting these pods down every 3 years. And they don't, because they want to save money. I would ask the city, given that you have, 3 of these trees on your property, how many people have been injured or killed by falling branches or cones? I have a feeling that if anybody had been killed by one of these things, you'd know, and the tree would already be dead. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Mr. DeWitt?
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. Though I'm from Roseland, I've been going by this tree all my life. You might not know that I have a master's degree in urban forestry and urban greening from the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, Alnarp campus, earned in this century. I pay attention to trees. I think what you should do is perhaps follow the attorney's suggestion of tabling this advice and make them proof up. There's been a lot of reference to the risk and the cost. So get the cost records, everything they've spent in the last 10 years of the amount of money they've spent on maintenance for this tree. I haven't seen them do that much maintenance, and I go by there all the time. One of my boyhood friends lived on that street, the McVeigh family. We just had our 50-year high school reunion for Santa Rosa High School, so you know we've been around a bit. Then also look into the records and get the proof up on everybody that's been killed by the falling bunya seed pods, all the local risks, all the different stuff that has been referenced here needed to have some proof in the record today to have it be submitted so you could use that for you to have a balanced approach to your decision. Now, after you get all the proof and you look into what is appropriate perhaps in the terms of cutting the cost for the Salvation Army organization, especially make sure and get those inspections from the federal government, anything from the federal or the state government that has said the tree is dangerous. Once you get all that, look and see what the replacement idea is. If they decide they have to kill what I feel is a heritage tree, and they have to take out something older than any of us here, maybe they could put in 2 or 3 really nice redwoods there at that site and have that be what would be a grove, in a sense, a nice healing type of spot to sit. I have never felt any fear going by that tree, and I really feel that what's happened here today has been a bit of fear-mongering and a bit of unfortunate exaggeration of the risk, because they are a business, first and foremost. That's what they are, and they have to make sure and limit any of their financial liability, and that's what this is about, perhaps more than anything. I also work in healthcare, so I know about the people who use the chairs and people who use the walkers and how they have to be protected. So I think if you table the matter, give everybody a chance to come back, bring their proof, and you folks get to talk about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You want to come up here?
Anybody else?
Yeah, there's a man up here.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. DeWitt, for the help.
Sure. Here you go, buddy.
Thanks.
Sure.
My name is Ricky Scow. I live at Silvercrest Apartments. The sad part about this is that they're not allowed to do whatever they want with their own tree. And you have lifts in the sidewalk. Here's living proof of a problem that I had with a sidewalk. Lost a leg. And you think that's all right? Like I said a month ago, I dare any of you guys to take this wheelchair for a half hour out onto the streets. I dare you to go right across the street at this park. There's a 2-inch or 3-inch lip, but you don't care about it. What about our safety? What about our people? I mean, we're talking about lives. We're talking about injuries that could create a massive downstretch all the way to the end. I think this is ludicrous. And the way you guys are handling this situation, it's a bunch of malarkey. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Henry Garrison. My name is Henry Garrison, and I reside at Silvercrest, and I've been there approximately about 7 years. Now, I grew up in the Bay Area here. As a kid, I worked with trees. You know, I love trees. We cut them down and split the wood and sold it for cord. I had 7 brothers, so we could easily do this. Now, when I came here about 6 years ago, I saw this tree, but I didn't know what it was. So I was kind of curious, and I found out that it was a banya tree. I think it originates from Australia, and they tell the people they have forests there, and they tell the people not to walk into the forest because they don't return, they don't come back. So when those pods drop, I've seen 5 or 6 pods drop out of that tree, and they come down really quick. But before they drop, when they fall from the tree, they'll crackle up top, and the branches, as they're hitting the branches, the branches send the pods in different directions. Now, free fall is gravity straight down. Now, the branches kick the pods out 30 to 25 feet, way beyond the base of the tree. And, you know, I've seen people that were almost hit, not walking on the sidewalk was coordinated off. They were out in the street, and a pod came down about 10 feet away from these people. I heard this scream, and I turned around and looked, and they were running down the street. And I seen where the pod landed out in the street, about 10 feet. Now, I have a garden out there, you know, which is about maybe 50 feet away from the tree, the trunk of the tree itself. One day in spring, early April, I was tilling my garden, turning the soil over. And one day, all of a sudden, the wind started blowing, and one of these fronds with stickers on it hit me straight in the back. I didn't know what it was. I don't know if I screamed or not, but it did hurt. You know, the wind was blowing pretty hard. And as time went along, I sit outside near a pine tree almost every day, 2 to 3 hours. And I see the pods fall. You know, they fall in people's gardens. They almost hit people's cars. They fall out on the sidewalk, the streets. It's just a dangerous tree. Not only that, it has 3 different types of hazards that fall from that tree. Little tiny pods, you step on them, they spread out everywhere. These fronds here, with stickers, they blow everywhere. They blow on top of people's cars. They blow in people's gardens. You know, they come out and they pull it out. The next day it's back again. You know, working in trees, this is about one of the worst dangerous trees I've ever seen in my life or ever experienced. Like I said, I sit out in the garden, I see these pods fall. They come down at lightning speed.
Thank you, Mr. Garrison.
Oh, I'm out of time?
Yes, you're out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Ethel Rogers, and I live at Silvercrest. I've lived there for 22 years. This tree is very dangerous. They've been trying to take it down the whole time I've lived there and longer. I was driving through the gate one time to park my truck, and one of the pods just barely missed the front of my truck. If I had been there 2 seconds sooner, it would have hit the truck. It's a very dangerous tree, and it needs to be taken out. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Is there anybody on Zoom?
If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. Chair Weeks, no hands are raised, and just an FYI, we have about 6 attendees.
With that, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission. Are there any final questions? Then would somebody like to make a motion for the resolution?
I move a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Santa Rosa denying an appeal and upholding the Planning and Economic Development Director's denial of a tree permit to remove an approximately 125-foot, this is why no one wants to read this, Araucaria bidwilli bunya tree at 1080 2nd Street, Assessor's Parcel Number 009-082-003, City File Number TR22-062, and waive further reading of the text.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Okay, so we will start making comments. So we'll start with Commissioner Sanders.
Oh, I hoped you would start with someone else. This is tough for me. This is not easy. You know, I love trees. I love the Salvation Army. I love for people to be able to walk freely throughout our city without fear of falling. Some of the trees in our city are kicking up the sidewalks pretty bad. I love the concept of private property, you know, what one should be able to do with their property. The idea that we're potentially forcing the Salvation Army to shoulder this expense, and we know it's an expense. And then you weigh that with, you know, we have other similar trees, same tree, as a matter of fact. And it would be really good to know what those costs were. What cost are we talking about? I think Mr. DeWitt kind of nailed this right on the head. It would be nice to know what we're talking about in terms of maintenance, how much right now just is nebulous. It's just sort of a concept that we're that it's too much. It's too much of a burden. This is difficult. It's very difficult. But as I sit here, the risk. We all take them. We all take risk every day we walk out of the house. And do we remove a tree? Where do we stop removing the trees? Because something might break, something might fall, something might, you know, how do we drive down the street? How do we drive down the freeway? Something might, and yet we find the way to, you know, get our days done. So with that said, I'm going to support the resolution as it stands, and I can make the findings to do so.
Thank you. Commissioner Carter?
Yeah, as Commissioner Sanders said, this is a difficult one, and the history is long and fractured. I think the choice here is between protecting a resource that is essentially public. Street trees are public, but the way we maintain those public resources is by asking our property owners to keep the trees healthy and keep the streets free for passage and use by the public. And that's done all over the city, and by adopting such ordinances, we've determined that's reasonable. In this case, I think there is a maintenance requirement that's unreasonable here. No one would choose to plant a tree like this as a street tree, and the problems it causes continue. I would certainly support, if the staff gave any indication that there was room for negotiation on this one, tabling it and allowing some sort of mutual resolution to be made. But as the ordinance is now written, I can't support it. As the resolution is now written, I cannot support it.
Chair Weeks, can I please just make a clarification? The tree is planted very close to the street, but it's on private property. It's not a street tree. So just...
I understand. It functions as a street tree,
right.
though.
Okay.
So if I could get some direction regarding Commissioner Carter's suggestion around tabling, which was also the suggestion of the appellant.
Yes, thank you, Chair Weeks, members of the commission. Because this particular application, as we mentioned, has an opportunity for a second appeal to the council, staff's recommendation would be for the commission to move forward with an action rather than continuing this, and we would certainly work to gather additional information for the council should the applicant appeal it to the council.
Thank you. Okay, then Commissioner Peterson.
I think you've heard from my fellow commissioners, this is a surprisingly, I think, challenging item in front of us. looking at the findings from the city code that the director made, I think the thing that I struggle with is this is not a native tree. This is not a live oak. This is not a valley oak, a redwood. And I think, you know, staff referenced the rarity of this tree in this area. I think that's because it's not native to this area. And we've essentially got two dueling opinions from arborists on the safety and you know, what maintenance would be required. Like my fellow commissioner, I think at this point, with this particular tree, the maintenance requirement is unreasonable, and I would not support this resolution.
Commissioner Duggan?
Thanks, guys. This, you know, this is a hard one, obviously. But it's true that we're surrounded by risk. We're also surrounded by trees. And I have no doubt that if these trees were really as dangerous as they're telling us their particular tree is, that we wouldn't have one at Railroad Square and we wouldn't have one at Courthouse Square. I also think, and I'm not saying this to be flipped, and it might sound funny, but I think it'd be a lot easier to fundraise for the Salvation Army to maintain this tree on a yearly basis than it would be to grow anything of this size and this height. It's taken over 100 years to be this big and beautiful, and you know, I was on Taylor Mountain, the top of Taylor Mountain the other day, and you can see this tree from the top with binoculars. I would much rather help them fundraise to do their regular maintenance than cut it down. So I will be denying the appeal.
Thank you. Commissioner Holton?
All right. So, as all my fellow commissioners have stated, this is most certainly a difficult item. However, like Planner Murray did, I did quite a bit of research about the bunya trees. And I found out that they typically live about 700 years. And I'm pretty sure that when the property was acquired by Salvation Army, that tree was there. But that's beside the point. The point that I'd like to get at is there are alternative methods of mitigating liability and concern. So these bunya trees are not exclusive to Santa Rosa. This has been an issue in other municipalities across the country. There are a myriad of city-state and articles referencing the same thing. There's also a myriad of mitigation. So they actually make netting that you can actually place around the base of the tree, and it will actually catch a lot of that thing. So that is definitely something, if the cost of actual maintenance for the tree is one that Salvation Army doesn't want to continue to occur annually, then maybe they might want to take a look at looking into the possibility of netting systems or something else that will mitigate the danger. So all that being said, I most certainly will be in support of denying the appeal, and I can make all the required findings.
Thank you. Commissioner Sisko?
I think it's important to make sure that we're looking at our policies, and you know, we're not responsible for any applicant Salvation Army's budget and costs, and so I don't want that responsibility to be factoring that in. Can they afford it shouldn't be one of our reasons for allowing the tree to be cut down. As a tree owner myself with a lot of really, really large trees, I was told by an arborist there are no safe trees. And, we do what we do to maintain them. Like a couple of the commissioners have said, there's risk in waking up in the morning and walking out the door. So I think that, like Commissioner Holton said, there are mitigations that we take for all kinds of risk every day. But I think this is the fourth time that we've brought this in front of the city. Each time it's determined that our policies for preservation apply, and I'm going to support the resolution as it stands and deny the appeal.
Thank you. I'm also going to be supporting the resolution and denying the appeal. I'm not going to reiterate what a few of my fellow commissioners said, but this has been around a long time, and like has been said, life is full of risks, and it is following our policies, so I will be approving the resolution, denying the appeal, supporting staff's recommendation. So with that, if we could have a vote. That was moved by Commissioner Cisco, seconded by Commissioner Duggan, or Vice Chair Duggan.
Commissioner Carter?
No.
Commissioner Cisco?
Aye.
Commissioner Holton?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson?
No.
Commissioner Sanders?
Aye.
Vice Chair Dugan?
Aye.
Chair Weeks?
Aye. So that passes with 5 ayes and 2 noes, and I do want you to know that this action is final unless it's appealed with the city clerk's office within 10 calendar days of today's decision pursuant to zoning code section 20-62.030. And with that, we'll take about a 5-minute break before our next item. Thank you.
And I have a right to say whatever the hell I want to say. No, guys?
Have you gone to Ireland to bike around? Nice. That's my idea. I've only been there once, but I just bought a ticket today to go in November. I'll fly into Dublin, so then I have to make a decision. We went in before we went to Shannon last Ireland, right? But I was with somebody that was a real pain in the butt to travel with. It was my cousin. He set up the trip. I wanted to do the kind of things like he did, bicycles and like that. He was a bed and breakfast guy and had each and every one already set up and everything. You gotta be there. I'm like, dude, man, we're on vacation. No, schedule. Come on.
Okay, I think we are going to get started with our next item. So this is reordered item 7.1, draft general plan, Santa Rosa Forward. Ms. Meads, I think you will be kicking it off.
Hi, good evening. Well, good afternoon, Chair Weeks, Vice Chair Duggan. Yes, I'm going to go ahead and get started on this item, but I will be having my co-presenter and colleague, Beatriz Guerrero-Ano. We're going to share the information sharing with you. So let's go ahead and get started. The item tonight is not showing up. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, you have to share it on Zoom first.
Ah. Okay, now we can get started. There we go. This is always tricky for me. Shouldn't be, but is. I need my mouse. Okay, so the item before you tonight is the city's draft general plan. The General Plan 2050 is the project that you guys have been participating with over a decent period of time, and we're going to get to some details about that. So as you know, a general plan looks at the built environment of a city, which includes schools, neighborhoods, roads, parks. Where is housing? Where are new neighborhoods built? Where are stores built? It looks at all land use types and the location of them. But in addition to land use, a general plan looks at all aspects of a community. It looks at what the fabric of the community is, what makes Santa Rosa so livable, so wonderful to be at. That includes things like art and culture, historic preservation, things like climate resilience, safety, and all of the things in general that together combine to make Santa Rosa great. So this general plan update process is known as Santa Rosa Forward. It is an opportunity that comes about every 10 or 15 years. A general plan is the city's highest level planning document and provides a foundation and roadmap for how the city will change and grow over a certain period of time. The city's existing general plan was adopted in 2009 with a planning horizon year of 2035. So since that plan was adopted, a lot of things have changed. Some of it just normal course of business, a lot of state law changes, and then there have been some local, regional, and national things that have caused us to take a pause and want to reevaluate how we want the city to grow. And that includes things like the pandemic, the wildfires, a reawakening of the need to create policies that are socially just, looking at climate as it's changing. All of those things were reasons for us to decide now is a good time to update this high-level policy document that we call the general plan. Why have a general plan? Well, the state requires us to. The state of California requires all cities, counties, other jurisdictions to create this long-term planning goal for how a city will accommodate growth over a certain period of time. There are 9 required elements, which are listed here on the screen. But how they are organized or addressed in a general plan is not prescribed. We can, any city or jurisdiction can do it however they would like to. So this general plan, we've done things a little bit differently, and we'll get to a little bit more of that in a moment. So let's talk about how we got to where we are now. This has been a multi-year effort. It started back in the summer of 2020, so just about 3 years ago. And the first thing to do was to develop a work plan and then what was called a community involvement strategy. And the community involvement strategy was taking a look at how we wanted to get the information we would need to create a document that fulfilled goals for the city, all members of the city. So we developed this outreach plan and ideas that we knew we would have the flexibility to adjust throughout the process and each phase of the general plan update process. But we had to start with some type of a outreach foundation, and that's what the community involvement strategy did. We also established 2 advisory bodies, a community advisory committee and a technical advisory committee, each that would provide different support for this effort. The CAC, the Community Advisory Committee, they are sort of a liaison to the larger community and helped us with all of our outreach to make sure that we were reaching deep into the community. And then the Technical Advisory Committee is made up of internal and external stakeholders from a variety of neighborhoods, agencies, and subject matter experts to make sure that we are getting the most information we can to help us develop a wonderful plan for the future of the city of Santa Rosa. So we are currently in the draft general plan phase. Before getting to the draft general plan phase and after the community involvement strategy, we did a bunch of research and created the existing conditions report. And that looked at things like demographics, economic development, health outcomes, equity in the city, that type of thing. So it's a really thick document, but it gives a really good baseline for where Santa Rosa was at the start of this process. And from that visioning that we did early on, community engagement that happened throughout all of this process, which you'll hear more about later, we developed 3 different land use alternatives, we called them. And they were a way of looking at how the city would accommodate the growth required for the number of housing units planned, and how we could best configure those in the city. So I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. Once the preferred alternative was determined, we decided to move forward with drafting goals, policies, and actions that would implement that preferred alternative. And that's where we're at now. So it might look like we're kind of in the middle, but there's been a ton of work, and we're actually nearing somewhat the end of this process. We still are going to be releasing an environmental impact report that should be coming out sometime in November. And for the environmental impact report, we did a water supply assessment. Santa Rosa Water did that for us to evaluate existing and future water, if we would have enough to meet the growth anticipated in the general plan. And that's already gone to council and was adopted. And then as part of the process, once we've figured out all of the goals, policies, and actions that we are going to move forward as a final general plan, we will do zoning code and amendments to make sure that all of our policies are consistent with the new general plan goals, policies, and actions. And then finally, we will go through a whole nother public review and adoption process. We'll be coming to you again, and then City Council sometime early next year. These are some of the work products that have come from these different phases that I just briefly hit on there. The community involvement strategy, existing conditions report is really beefy, lots of technical information, which we've synthesized into a briefing book. The vision statement, which I'll get more to in a moment, the alternatives workbook, and then the final preferred alternative map. All of this is available on the city's Santa Rosa Forward website, which we will provide that information just a bit later in the presentation.
Do you have any hard copies here for the public now?
Mr. DeWitt, please wait till public comments.
So as part of the visioning for this project, there was a lot of community outreach, and through that discussion with staff and looking at all of the existing conditions and where we felt there might be some things that needed some new innovative ideas, we came up with 13 complementary ideals that you can see in the word flower to the right of this slide. And then once this word flower and these words were established that gave us a guide, we formulated the general plan vision statement, which I'm going to read to us. Santa Rosa is a diverse, equitable, and sustainable community built on civic engagement that empowers everyone to provide and support equal and affordable opportunities to obtain good housing, education, and jobs, to enjoy vibrant cultural events and arts, and to live healthy lives in resilient neighborhoods that adapt to social and environmental change. So that's a lot. That's a lofty aspiration, but we feel that Santa Rosa can do it and deserves nothing less. So that has served as a guide as we've moved forward into this process. So as I mentioned, once we did the existing conditions and then developed our vision statement, we decided to create different alternatives for the public to evaluate on how we would achieve the growth that we envision through the year 2050, which is the planning horizon year for the general plan that we are working on at this point. The existing general plan already had a ton of housing units anticipated, so we didn't need to increase that number of housing units, but what we looked at was how best to disperse them throughout the city to reach the other goals that we had, including equity, sustainability, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and such. So the first alternative was called Established Corridors. It really built off the downtown station area specific plan, where we look primarily at building up the downtown area and with the most high density housing and the most transit and that type of thing. The second alternative looked more at including the same type of downtown focus and downtown growth, but also recognizing that there are other areas within the city that are also really prime for maybe just improved transit or improved increased housing density, maybe additional public services are necessary to create areas where it ends up being a complete neighborhood so that you would be able to, with an easy walk or bike ride, ideally, meet all of your daily needs. Get everything you need, healthy food, a doctor, all of those types of things. So that's what the neighborhood main streets alternative considered. Housing everywhere is more status quo. It's very similar to what the existing general plan considers, which is pretty much housing anywhere without as much regard for where it makes the most sense to achieve the goals that we decided we need to achieve through this general plan update process. So what did we decide? Well, through a lot of community input, planning commission input, city council input, surveys, lots of outreach, folks said we want a combination of number 1 and number 2. So that's what you see here. It's very difficult in the small text that you see on this map to really make a whole lot out on it, but it is included in the executive summary and the preferred alternative workbook and the general plan itself, which all of these documents are available, again, like I mentioned, online. So you can see here that it includes all of the downtown growth and intensity, as we mentioned before, and then these areas of change, which you'll hear a little bit more about. So that's how we got to where we are. All of those phases, all of those work products, all of those steps have built off each other to get to the point that we're at tonight, asking you to review the draft General Plan 2050. As I've mentioned, there's a lot of goals, policies, and actions that really propel us into the future that we would like to see here at the city. The general plan is the structure of the general plan includes all of the mandated elements, and we've combined certain topics that we felt like really had a good synergy to achieve the goals and policies. They work together really well. Land use and economic development, for example, is one chapter. Chapter 2, urban design, historic preservation, art and culture, that's entirely optional elements. The city recognizes how important those components are to increase and improve Santa Rosa's quality of life. So we consider them incredibly important, and they all work together in one chapter. Chapter 3 looks at circulation, open space, conservation, and greenhouse gas reduction. So all of those things work together to look at how people move through and across the city of Santa Rosa. And Beatriz, in a little bit, will go through a little bit more information about what's included in that chapter. But all of this structure is based on putting things together that have a synergy. Chapter 5, again, safety, climate resilience, noise, public services and facilities, looks at how to keep Santa Rosans safe. It looks at our hazard assessments. It looks at how we can mitigate the changing climate. It includes things like education, our water, stormwater, recycled water, and solid waste. It looks at police and fire. Health, equity, and environmental justice is our 6th chapter, and it is a new requirement, but also something that we would include anyways, and include some really important policies looking at how to improve the health of our community. And then also to note, a housing element is required as part of a general plan. They are required to be updated every 8 years. And Santa Rosa just this year in April adopted a new housing element. So we are not including any changes to that housing element, and that's why it's not specifically in the documents you see now, but that housing element will be included with the final general plan as adopted originally. So to keep in mind when looking through these different chapters, the structure is we start with a goal, and that goal is the end result we want to see. It's our aspiration for the end product of this plan. What do we want to see overall? And then supporting the goal are policies and actions, which can provide the regulatory framework, they can provide work plans for departments, and all of that stuff. How do we get to achieve the goals of this plan? And now I'm going to turn it over to my esteemed colleague, Beatriz Guerrero-Ana.
Thank you, Sherry. Good night, Planning Commissioners, Chair Weeks, Vice Chair Dugan. My name is Beatriz Guerrero, and I work for the Planning Department. I'm a senior planner there, but I'm also, my role is health and equity, public health and equity planner. So our work in the general plan has also been embedded by a health and equity vision. Part of this was the collaboration that we have had with Kaiser Permanente in terms of creating healthy city policies on this general plan. And I'm just mentioning this as I start the presentation with one of the maps that defines one of the topics that addresses equity issues in the city. And this is the equity priority areas map. As you can see, the purple areas in the city. What is this? Well, basically we identify the areas in the city that have been underinvested. And how did we do this? Why did we do it? First of all, to create policies that reverse the underinvestment that we have on those areas in the city. And how was this created? Basically three items that we used as the methodology, following the Metropolitan Transportation Commission methodology that has been adopted by the Plan Bay Area 2050. And it is, number one, identifying low-income communities, and this is, in our case, the percentage of poverty, and we used the highest percentage of poverty in the Sonoma County. So that means we're identifying census blocks, and I clarify census blocks and not census tracts, because it's a smaller area and we wanted to identify at a smaller level what we were talking about. Number two, we have the highest concentrations of communities of color, and the reason that we did this analysis was also because you probably are aware that Santa Rosa, as many other American cities in the 30s, had a lot of discriminatory policies that were connected to land use, including redlining, but also racial covenants that prohibited communities of color to live in particular areas of the cities. So that's the reason that these two variables were included. The third one is data from Cal EnviroScreen, which defines the areas of the city that are overburdened by pollution. So that's how we built this map, and that's why we included as some of the areas where we apply specific policies that you would see throughout the whole document. The second map that I'm presenting is the areas of change, and this map was built, as you can see, has some areas that match the equity priority areas of the city. However, these areas of change match what Sherry previously presented on related to the preferred alternative that the residents and the city council, as well as planning commission, chose for our preferred alternative, where we focused on neighborhoods that have neighborhood centers, as well as the potential to become areas where we concentrate growth, as well as providing services and other needs that communities have at a walking or biking distance. This focused on our GHG reduction emission. These areas of change are also relevant because throughout the whole general plan, we talk about specific policies that address these areas of change. So that said, Sherry already helped us describe the general topics that were included on each of these chapters and elements of our general plan, but I'm just going to go a little bit in connection to what are the chapter goals as well as the new ideas that have been included in this general plan. And for anyone who would like to review the specific goals, policies, and actions, we actually are going to have them here for the public. But besides that, they're public on our website. As Sherry was mentioning, we have documents that all our community can access at santarosaforward.com. So if you have not been able to see this slides or have been able to see the general plan, please access our website so you can get the details if it's not if you're not able to see what we have on the screen right now. So that said, for the land use and economic development part of the general plan, we're basically focusing on building all the housing that we need to build to comply with our housing element, but at the same time serving our community needs. And we know there's a big number of housing units that have to be allocated throughout the city. However, we also want our residents to have their needs addressed, as well as protect our environment. And that's the reason that we're focusing on a centric growth. As you probably saw on the map and the preferred alternative, we also want our investment to be neighborhood focused, which means we are paying attention that people can have access to their daily needs and in an easy way by biking or walking, which is something that we mentioned before, but I am just highlighting it again because this is a big part of what would come next. And I don't know that we have mentioned this before, but I'll mention it before we go there. Our GHG reduction strategy, greenhouse gas emission reduction strategy, would be available in October. So this part of our general plan that we're presenting today includes policies that are already addressing climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. However, we are still missing a big part of it that will be presented in the next month. So I'm just saying this so we can continue giving you this information ahead of time. There's two ideas that we're highlighting for the land use and economic development chapter element, and the first one has to do with requiring construction measures that make exposure to air pollution less severe for development, doing it with 500 feet away from highways 101 and 12, and we can elaborate more in this in relationship to this policy if you're interested in. Besides this one, we have another idea included in the goals, policies, and actions that we have in this chapter, which is supporting neighborhood center businesses, and this is something that has been requested by community members that we paid attention to and that we included in here. We're talking about micro-entrepreneurs, basically, as well as mobile food, home-based business, and other opportunities that are not only focused on what the state of California is doing, but also what our residents have been requesting through the community engagement that we have been doing. Our next chapter or element is circulation, open space, conservation, and greenhouse gas reduction. As mentioned before, we have some of the elements of the greenhouse gas reduction strategy in here, but this is not the final document. We will receive it and share it with the community starting in October. And it is on the next presentation that we're going to have on the climate and the Climate Action Subcommittee. So that will be the first, November 1st, in case you want to know when it's going to be presented. That said, for the chapter goals in this element, we have a lot of connection that Sherry mentioned before of our integrated land use with transportation systems. And I'm mentioning this because transportation is a big part of our greenhouse gas emissions, 60% of it. So we are very conscious that our land use has to match the services and access to transportation that we provide. And besides these, we also want to have a safe and accessible transportation system, and considering active transportation modes. This includes pedestrians, bikes, and other modes of transportation that are not cars. And we also want to ensure that traffic related impacts are mitigated through the goals that we have in this element. And last but not least, you probably know that this is a goal that we have that is achieving net carbon neutrality by 2030, which is a challenging goal, but it's included in this chapter. The new ideas that we have in this element are basically three new ideas. We have a lot of previous things that we inherited from our previous general plan, but we want to highlight, number one, prioritize our transportation investment in active transportation modes. This is something very new that we actually worked on with our transportation and public works team, and this means focusing our investment in prioritizing modes that are active. So this is a big shift from what we had on our previous general plan, and we're mentioning it, and it's connected to all the objectives that you have heard, as well as the vision of the city that our residents have created. Second, we also have to continue reducing parking requirements. And number three, we have prohibiting drive-throughs, and this is very much related to the greenhouse gas reduction strategy that we have. That said, I'm going to talk a little bit more about the urban design, historic preservation, and arts and culture. I think Sherry mentioned a big part of what was included as the goals of this chapter, which is basically engaging our community in terms of urban design and historical review of our properties and things that are owned by the city of Santa Rosa, but also that are around our community, as well as fostering arts and cultures for placemaking, which is something that our city has taken care of and that is pretty unique and that we want to continue fostering. The ideas that have been included in here are connected to many different topics that have been already mentioned, but there's two new ideas that I want to highlight. Number one, providing planting strips with large canopy trees between roads and sidewalks. This is something that has been mentioned plenty of times by our residents and that we decided to include in here, which is part of urban design, but we believe that it's also part of something that is pretty unique to the city of Santa Rosa and that we want to keep and foster and continue including in neighborhoods that have been underinvested, which are also neighborhoods that are considered I forget the term, I apologize, but that have higher temperatures and that trees can help reduce heat in those areas. So that said, we also want to remove obstacles for owners of historic properties to support preservation. We have heard about this specific idea that is a little bit complicated. I want to elaborate a little bit more on it. we're thinking about property owners who want to keep their properties. However, it's pretty expensive and the process is complicated, so we want to make that an easier to reduce the burden for them, figuring out how we can do that. This is not something that we have finalized on how we want to do. However, I just want to mention this because this has been something that we have heard through the community engagement that we have had within the community. Element number 5, safety, climate resilience, noise, and public services and facilities. As mentioned before, basically this element focuses on reducing harm for our community and taking care of the safety for Santa Rosa residents. Specifically in this element, we have 2 new ideas that we know are ideas that are still in the process of exploration, and I want to mention that these ideas were supported also by our fire department and can be elaborated on. We have we are including some policies to do pilot programs on proactively reallocating existing development in high fire risk areas of the city, and to explore also options to prohibit increased density in the same fire-prone areas. So these 2 new ideas would put us as one of the first jurisdictions including managed retreat, which is a term that is usually used by people in this field, but we want to bring it in because we know there's communities that are interested. And also, this is something that has harmed our community in terms of risks, and we want to be aware of it and try to figure out how else we can work with it. Last but not least, we have the health equity and environmental justice element. This is a new element in terms of the environmental justice part. This is a requirement that we have under SB 1000, and the element does not require to have health and equity in the element. However, because of the health perspective and equity perspective that our general plan has, we believe this was a good part for us to include it, since it's very cohesive with the topics that are included. And just to mention a few of the topics that have been included in this chapter, we are including a lot of different initiatives that are actually that came up from workshops and community residents, and some of them are connected to how the health and the well-being of our community can be fostered through the built environment, which is something that we had not explored before in our specific general plan that we are including in this new element, as well as advancing health equity. And when we talk about health equity, we're talking about the disparate health outcomes that we have in our community due to different built environment connections, but as well as different inequities that are faced through different demographics in our population, including age, ethnicity, race, as well as many other demographics. So for this chapter, we are also including new ideas, and we want to highlight a few of them. And first of all, we are including health in all policies. This is a type of idea and approach for the city where we will try to make decisions based on people's health. And when we talk about people's health in this chapter, we make very clear that we're not only talking about diseases, we're talking about the well-being of community, which means having access to green spaces, having access to a walkable distance to the places that provide services to community members, as well as having access to clean air and places that are not polluted to live in. So besides this, we included also restrictions for tobacco and alcohol sales where there are already high concentrations of them. So these are topics that we're exploring. These were particularly included because we know there's a racial a racial focus on this analysis that a lot of researchers have seen, where we know that communities that are communities of color usually have a higher concentration of these types of businesses that do not foster the health of the community. And additionally to this, we're also proposing that stores as well as supermarkets and liquor stores or other neighborhood markets can carry fresh produce in their establishments. The reason that we're including this is to address food deserts. The name food deserts has been changed to health equity priority, food access priority areas, and we want to make clear that we have a few of them in the city, and you can see the map on the document that we have provided as the general plan draft 2050. Besides this, we also are including a policy that is requiring an additional review, a conditional use permit for new restaurant chains, and to also address and add a 300 feet buffer in between fast food restaurants. This is exactly the same logic that I mentioned before, particularly for neighborhoods that are low income, as well as neighborhoods that have a higher percentage of communities of color. Last but not least, a big issue and a big topic that we're including in this element is food access in urban agriculture. For this specific topic, we partnered with different organizations, also hosted a specific workshop for this topic, where we partnered with the Food System Alliance and the County of Sonoma that helped us address the policies that were included in this document. So just to mention where we are at in the community involvement strategy that Sherry mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, we have included for this specific draft some methods that we are using to receive feedback on the policies, goals, and actions that we're including on this draft. The first one, we have been hosting open houses and pop-ups. We have hosted 5 in-person workshops, 1 on each quadrant of the city, and 1 additional one that has been focused on food access and urban agriculture. 1 virtual workshop that was hosted yesterday on Zoom. And we have been attending public events as well as events that community members have invited us to, and we have been tabling on 10 different places around the city where people are gathering at. So that's the way that we have been trying to get to people who are not necessarily aware of what is going on in terms of planning in the city, and trying to get closer to them to provide them with an opportunity to provide feedback. We have an online survey that will be active till October the 1st, just before we release the greenhouse gas emission strategy reduction document. And this online survey is both in English and Spanish, and includes all the new policies and actions that have been included in the general plan. And we were very focused on including the things that can be controversial for the community, because we want to hear the feedback. We have a Conveyo app on our website, santarosaforward.com. This is a platform that the city owns, where the document can be reviewed in PDF, and we have collaborative comments coming from the community, so they can be very punctual and can be liked or disliked by other community members who see the comments. We also are receiving comments received by email on Santa Rosa Forward at srcity.org, or they're coming from our website. All those comments, you have them on the correspondence that was received for this item today. And last but not least, we will be hosting focus groups with equity priority populations of Santa Rosa. We are waiting to close the survey to know which demographics we missed, or which age ranges we did not address, and we will be doing additional outreach in connection to the people that we believe was not included in this survey, or in the involvement strategy that we have been implementing. This is our link to the general plan survey that is both in English and Spanish, and if people of the public would like to scan the QR code, we have it there. It will get you directly to the survey. and it will be active, as I mentioned before, till October the 1st. Our website that was mentioned throughout the whole presentation is santarosaforward.com. You will find here all the documents, information, and materials that have been mentioned throughout the presentation, as well as the links to all the recordings that we have throughout the project. And the Zoom meeting that we hosted yesterday will be posted too for people who have not had the chance to see or participate on any of the presentations or open houses that we have had. Just for general information, the next steps that we have for this general plan draft 2050 is we are presenting to City Council on September 26th. We are presenting the greenhouse gas reduction strategy, and we're opening it for public review and engagement starting in October, and we'll go through November 2023. And as Sherry mentioned before, we'll be doing the environmental impact report public review, and that will be around November. Our final general plan and final environmental impact report will be ready by spring 2024, and our final adoption and general plan and EIR certification would be the last step of this project. And I think that's all that we have for today in the presentation, and we're happy to respond to any questions and hear your comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think how we're going to handle this tonight is if we have any specific questions of staff, ask now, and then we'll do the public hearing portion and then bring it back to the commission for comments. So this is now the time if you have yes. Ms. Jones.
Sorry to interrupt. There was a question earlier about copies of the general plan itself. So as mentioned, copies of the full general plan are on our website. We also have a copy at the front counter at the Planning and Economic Development Department, and they are at local libraries as well. But what we do have that is up at the top of the chambers that anybody here in the chambers can get a copy of is a summary of the goals, policies, and actions from the general plan, and then also an executive summary of the general plan itself. So those are up, as I said, at the top of the chambers if anybody here wants to grab one.
Thank you. So does anybody have specific questions? I do, so let me start it off so you can see kind of, I think, how we're going to do this. So will the City Council be given our comments when you go to them in later this month? Will you have an opportunity to provide them with kind of our themes tonight? Because I'm sure we'll end up with some kind of themes.
Yeah, we'll summarize your comments. And I think that's really important to point out in the slide that Beatriz went over. It's not, we typically get a summary from the consultants from all of the engagement per phase. And so for the draft general plan phase, because the survey is still open and that type of thing, we don't have a concise summary of community comments yet. Obviously, we've heard things at the pop-ups and at the community workshops, but I just want to make it clear that, especially to folks here, that the emails that were included with this item packet are such a very small sliver of the comments we've heard from the community. So we can relay what you guys have said here at the City Council meeting, but we won't be providing that big bulk. We may actually have it, probably not. I'm not sure. We may have the big summary by then, but we can definitely summarize your comments.
Great, thank you.
That was a very long-winded answer to your question.
And then the other question I have, just because I see a lot of bike folk here, is there, I heard, and I'm not sure if I heard correctly or if there is and I'm just not paying attention, is there going to be a revised bicycle master plan or called something else now?
I can respond to that question. I know our transportation and public work team is updating their active transportation plan. That is now the name of the bike and pedestrian master plan. So they're going to be doing that this year, starting this year. But that said, we also want to mention that, we've been in constant communication with them, as well as addressing the letters that we have received. So that is that has created meetings within the planning team and the transportations and public work teams, and I know that as of this week, they also met with the team that is here, the organization that is here, to talk a little bit more about the details of the requests that were addressed in the letter.
Thank you. So any other questions before I open the public hearing? Vice Chair Duggan.
I have one, bringing up the active transportation plan and its revision that's coming up forward. Are you, I know you're making a presentation similar to this one to the Cultural Heritage Board, I believe, coming up. Are you going to make a similar one to the Bicycle Advisory Committee?
Yeah, we actually did a few weeks ago, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, we presented to the Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Board too. That was probably our first board that, where we presented the general plan to. You're very welcome.
Commissioner Sanders.
Thanks for all that. Wow, that was a lot. And thank you for this whole process. It's pretty amazing. And I'm nervous about it because this is like important, right? But my question is, when you were doing the community outreach, did we go far and wide? Were we out in Oakmont? Were we up in Fountain Grove? Were we, Molesbury? Where did it all go down?
We hosted the in-person workshops on the 4 quadrants of the city. We selected areas that were accessible through transit and pedestrian activity, but particularly your question about Fountain Grove, I don't think we hosted any events over there, but we did one on, you attended that one, what was,
yeah, we hosted one at Oakmont.
We did not host it. We attended. We attend to any invitation that organizations or community members offer us, and we're still in that process. Just to mention, a few organizations have invited us, and we're doing a second round of community engagement with them. Next week we have a meeting with Sonoma Land Trust, for example, but just since we're here in council meetings, we're offering this to any organization, neighborhood group that wants us to come to them. We are happy to do it, and we have done and attended every request that we have had. So not for every neighborhood. As of the pop-ups, we selected places where people were gathering already. So we did the Wildfire Ready event that the fire department hosted. We did some of the races that the city had in downtown Santa Rosa and the square. We also have been attending the Roseland parties that have been hosted at Mitote. We have been attending some of the bike rides that have been hosted by some of the organizations. We have been attending
farmers markets.
Farmers markets. Yeah, we have done more than 50 we've attended more than 50 events, and we have long lists of all the places that we have gone to. Honestly, in particular for the pop-ups, we just play it by the schedule that organizations have. City events are hosted at. But if you have any ideas, we're more than happy to take them too. We still have some time.
And if I may, Commissioner Sanders, we did have one of our community workshops at Maria Carrillo High School. So while not exactly in Fountain Grove, it did represent the Northeast Quadrant.
Thank you.
And I can also elaborate a little bit more on community engagement if you would like. The statistics are actually available on our website, but we do recognize that we have attended more than 100 events, meetings, activities, and had surveys included in that, so 100 plus activities. Now, this is not just specific to the draft phase that we're in. This is all encompassing the phases to get to where we're at. We've had more than 4,340 individual community members either attending or giving us a comment. Reached out to more than 80 community groups, organizations, and neighborhoods, and more than 21,540 individual community member comments and ideas. So,
and just to add to that, that does not include what we have done for this draft, because we're still waiting to gather the whole number of events and people who have been participating in this process.
You make me tired.
So just for all listening, if what I'm hearing you say is if there's a group out there who wants to hear from you, you're on it. And so hear that now. If you have a group and you want to get involved in this process, it's being offered wherever in our town, right? So thank you for that.
And also one more thing, I just want to brag a little bit more. We will be presenting to every single board or commission except for, and I'm not sure exactly why we skipped them, the BPU and not the Economic Development Subcommittee, because that is made up of just 3 council members, not just as in not important, but since we're going to council already, acknowledging that the Climate Action Subcommittee is also comprised of 3 council members, but because we're focusing on the greenhouse gas reduction strategy and climate in general at that meeting, that's why we are attending their meeting on November 1st.
And you did a fantastic job at the presentation at the Waterways Advisory Committee, so good job.
Any other specific questions? Okay. With that, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. If you have comments, please go to the podium, and you'll be called upon in order, but I am going to make a couple comments first. One is I'm going to take the blue card first, Mr. DeWitt, since you filled out the blue card. And then also, if since there are a number of you from probably, I think, the same organization, if somebody says something and you want to repeat it, please don't repeat it, just say ditto or something. That would be great. So, Mr. DeWitt, you're up first.
I'm going to use the overhead. Typically, I'd go ladies first. I'm holding the shirt. Sometimes what I say might be held against you, so the shirt's going to be there, okay? The overhead, thank you.
She's working on it.
That's good. See, it's a delicate line form here, right? When you say it can, but it's against you. So you got to be real careful. Thank you. But you know I support the life. Talking about the Rosa Creek, which we have been saying is the Southwest pretty much for years. Okay. Were you able to make up these maps very well?
Just one moment.
In the past, they used to have a general plan right there. You could come in, you could look at it, and it would be big enough to read everything well. You know, rather than hold up the meeting and all these people who are up here, we'll just go with it. I'm going to wing it, as they say. All right? My name's Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. And I want to thank all of the staff, the kind ladies that have worked on this plan. I especially want to thank Ms. Beatriz Acuna and Amy Lyle, who was here. And they used to come, a year ago, they came out to Roseland a couple times and met with us community members. 10 people each time, separate people. People really like that. So we're inviting them back right now, based on what Mr. Sanders said, pointing out that, yes, it's important to come and speak to people in smaller groups and give them the news to use. There's a lot of people in our area, which is known as a area of equity priority. That's because we're a disadvantaged, underserved, and overburdened community in the Roseland Shopping Center area. The thing that's important here, you can see that they had meetings, and then here it said, reserve your spot. So somebody saw this and they thought, well, you have to reserve to go to these meetings. People didn't go from our area. So here on this map, which was just put up here today, in the past they used to have the actual general plan document here in a binder where we could look at it. 30 years ago, the process was actually much better for us, because you could go through the pages and see all the different stuff. Now, you can't even see the park so well that we're looking at over here in our area of Roseland, they used to have symbols that would show you where the parks were going to be. And if you'll remember, any of you, that when I first started to come here, the whole thing was about our area being the most underserved and underparked area of the entire city. So neighborhood parks, pocket parks, that's what you need more of. Think of Humboldt Park, just down the street here. Been going there all my life, wonderful spot, Juilliard Park, things like that. We've been advocating that there would be a greenway along Roseland Creek. We helped to advocate for the city to be given land purchased by the Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District to then become a park and preserve, which we have been now working with our representative, Eddie Alvarez, and his representative on the Board of Community Services, Madonna Feather Cruz, a Pomo Indian, to have that called Pomo Park and Preserve, and make sure it's a neighborhood park, not a community park. Make sure the preserve is an important part of it, which in the last general plan, they said you could have special parks. That needs to be kept in the future. I'll let all these bicyclists now come up to talk. I ride my bike too, and you know that, but see you out on the road somewhere. All the best to you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. So if you could, when you come up to the podium, and there's a button on the side, thank you. It's not your first rodeo. If you could please state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes and you see the clock.
Thanks. Hello, everyone. My name is Alexa Forrester, and I am one of the co-leads with the all-volunteer group Bikeable Santa Rosa. First of all, I want to thank you all for taking this very seriously and studying this matter, and I want to thank the amazing team that has put in so many hours to getting this great plan in front of you. I wanted to provide a little context for why we're here. We are definitely aware that there's an active transportation plan in the works. We were at the BPAB when these fine folks presented there a couple last month, and we plan to be there next week when they kick off the ATP planning process. We are worried that some of the language that is in the general plan will constrain and undermine the goals of the active transportation plan, and so we are asking you to look at the detailed language that might be at cross purposes with some of the overall goals, which we really support. I also just want to take a moment to remind the Commission of the many benefits that we get every time someone chooses to get around town by foot or by bike. When people travel in that way, they create no air pollution, they create no noise pollution, they create little or no greenhouse gas emissions, they do less damage to our roads, they create less traffic, they leave more parking open for those who really need it, and they help contribute to better overall health. There are also subtler, less tangible benefits that accrue. One of our volunteers told me that their favorite part of riding a bike is that they can sneak past the kids playing basketball in the street without interrupting their game. Given how good it is for our city and our communities when people choose active transportation, reason would have it that city planners and road engineers would be going out of their way to ensure our streets and roads accommodate such travel. Unfortunately, the situation we have had for the past decades and still currently have mostly is the opposite. Right now, roads throughout the city, especially our collector roads, arterials, and intersections are designed to prioritize automobile level of service and speed above all else. The design of these roads sends a clear message to users. If you choose to go by car, you're covered. But if you choose active transportation, the city makes no promises. This has to change. It has to be clearly stated in the guiding document for our city, the general plan, and then it needs to be backed up by detailed language that supports the priority and accommodation of active transportation users. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chris Gunther. I'm also one of the co-leaders of Bikeable Santa Rosa. I also want to say thanks to the planning team and everyone else for all the work that's already gone into this plan and to the Commission for hosting this discussion tonight. There's a lot to like in this plan, ditto to a lot of what Alexa said. From Bikeable's perspective, the acknowledgement of the need for more multimodal transportation options, including building out a complete and connected bike network, is really welcome. But I want to draw the Commission's attention to some of the bigger picture concerning transportation in the city, which I think is illustrated by the plan's approach to the issue of vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. It's well understood that high levels of VMT correlate with a host of challenges faced by cities like ours, including air and noise pollution, climate change, traffic congestion, increased traffic violence, high infrastructure costs, and the list goes on. For these reasons, the plan rightly endorses the goal of reducing VMT. And however, it sets no specific target for how far or how fast. And although many of the policies and actions it articulates are encouraging, they're not sufficiently strong or coherent enough to ensure real progress. Worse, lurking in the plan are some policies and actions that will actively undermine the effort to reduce VMT. Most conspicuously, as Alexa mentioned, the continued reliance on auto-based level of service as the primary metric guiding the design of our city streets and intersections, and with it, plans for massive and costly expansions in road capacity to address traffic congestion. I understand why city officials think we need to build big new road projects. In addition to managing traffic impacts, there's just a fundamental need to ensure that people can get where they need to get to go, or where they need to go, so that they and the city as a whole can thrive. The problem is this approach doesn't work. Whatever temporary improvement might be achieved is nearly always erased by the additional VMT these projects induce. So then we're right back where we started, only with more public debt, more pollution and greenhouse gas emissions, more dangerous streets, and lower quality of life. The only long-term solution for traffic congestion is building mixed-use neighborhoods and creating viable alternatives to driving, giving residents safe, convenient ways to get their needs met without a car, and vehicle miles traveled will fall, and along with them, traffic congestion will too. In cities around the country and the world, this principle has been demonstrated again and again. We simply cannot build our way out of traffic, and we will continue to drive the city into bankruptcy if we try. It is time to move past the failed traffic solutions of the last 70 years and chart a different course, one that prioritizes genuine mobility options for citizens and doesn't force people to drive. If traffic is a genuine concern for the city, then a bold VMT reduction target is the key way to address that concern. And such a target will also support progress toward nearly every other goal of this plan and our community, including climate mitigation and resilience, economic vibrancy, fiscal responsibility, public health, and equity. We're excited to help make this future a reality. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Planning Commissioners. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to comment.
Can you speak a little louder and closer to the mic?
Thanks. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Avery Figueroa, and I live with my husband and 2 children in a neighborhood to the south of Hohen Avenue. My kids both attend schools, visit friends, participate in extracurricular activities in the neighborhoods just to the north of Hohen Avenue. They are physically capable of walking or riding to all of these destinations, and in fact, they would enjoy the chance to do so. But more often than not, we drive them where they need to go because the roads are too dangerous for kids outside of cars. Sometimes I worry I'm being overprotective and start considering giving them freedom and independence to venture north on their own, but then I read another story of a pedestrian or cyclist being hit on a Santa Rosa road, and I decide it isn't worth the risk. This week, it was a student walking to Comstock Middle School. A few days earlier, a pedestrian on Sebastopol Road. The week before that, a young man on College Avenue. Last year, it was Atticus on his way to Spring Lake Middle School, where my son goes. When are we going to say enough is enough? These incidents are not inevitable. Other cities have demonstrated that it is possible to dramatically reduce the frequency and severity of traffic violence with the right changes to street infrastructure. It's not technically difficult nor particularly expensive to make the needed changes. What we do need is the political will. We need bold leadership and a clear, consistent message. If streets around a school do not ensure that the children can make it safely to school on foot or on bike, then those streets are failures and they need to be redesigned. Please ensure that our general plan prioritizes transportation networks such as connected and protected bike lanes and projects like the Southeast Greenway project that allow our children to move freely and safely around their communities. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Justin Borton. Hello, Planning Commission. I had a whole nice speech written out, but I'm going to ditch it and just talk to you from the heart. I am a bike commuter. I am a father of 4, a domestic partner to 1. I ride my kids to school most days, and you know, with 4 kids, you'd think I'd get up here and talk about safety and describe some of the difficult routes that we have to take, you know, to get from the school to the library, or to the library to their mom's house, or, you know, whatever that may be. And it is difficult, but we manage. You know, we can be a large enough group sometimes that we can occupy a whole lane of traffic. But what I want to talk about instead is the vibrancy of our community. Now, my kids are growing older, and actually 2 of them are adults now, which is weird. But I would like for them to be able to stay in this community, and they have a desire to. And in order for them to want to stay here, Santa Rosa needs to become a better place to live. And what do I mean by better place? I mean a more vibrant place to live, a place that's embracing the future, a place where it's affordable and where affordable transportation options are realistic. I myself am a 1-car family, and I do so partially because of values, but also because of the value. It's expensive to, you know, own and operate multiple cars. And with 4 children, 4 cars, trust me, you don't want 4 more cars driven by my kids on the road. You'd rather have them safely traveling around town. But a community where my kids can, you know, go from high school or from the junior college or from Santa Rosa Middle School to downtown, spend some money at the candy shop, go to the mall, get home. I mean, that's a place where we want to live, and that's a place where we're going to stay, and that's a place where we're going to continue to invest. And so I encourage you to please consider bold action in order to create a more livable and bikeable Santa Rosa. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jenny Bard, and I want to thank you for your time and all the 2 years of work that has gone into this plan. I have my Santa Rosa Forward tote bag that I got, I think, 3 years ago. I just want to start by applauding the staff for the plan that was mentioned that specifies establishing a framework that prioritizes investments in active transportation over projects that benefit vehicle travel. This is a first for Santa Rosa, and we can't emphasize enough how important that is and how important it is that all the accompanying policies and action items support that goal. So I just want to highlight your attention on the letter that Bikeable Santa Rosa presented to you. It has very specific language that will help get the city there to meet your climate goals, your equity goals, your active transportation and health goals. So in your packet is very specific language that will strengthen what's there. It also identifies inconsistencies across the plan. As we know, when you're trying to put a whole report together, you forget what's in the first, you don't forget, but you haven't gone back to make the changes to accompany the changes you made in another part. They did that. We're very fortunate to have had their expertise and brains looking into it. We know transportation is a leading generator of greenhouse gases, and that thus we have a most central opportunity for GHG reductions. I'm sure all of you are frankly frightened by the amount of climate catastrophe that is exploding around us. The quickest way we can get reduced emissions and improve our community health and connectivity is to make it easier and safer for people to ride a bicycle. So I urge you to incorporate all the specific suggestions. Since I have 47 seconds, I'll include one. Incorporating the use of National Association of City Transportation Officials, otherwise known as NACTO, design guidelines for urban streets as the default standards for design of streets within the city's control. If you do that, it defaults to all the best practice street designs that will make it easier for us as cyclists and even walkers and people in wheelchairs to get around. Similarly, the general plan must include greater specific goals for reductions in VMT. This also is so necessary to meet the city's climate goals. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Emily Sharton. I'm the advocacy coordinator for the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. And I also want to, of course, thank the city and the staff for all of the hard work on this draft. We've submitted our comments to the Planning Commission in writing, so I won't take long tonight, but we definitely want to support all of the comments you've heard from the Bikeable Santa Rosa team. The Bike Coalition agrees with many of the goals and actions in the draft, and it's highlighting of the importance of building a complete and connected bike network that's safe for users of all ages and abilities. And I think quite simply, as you've heard from other speakers tonight, one of the most noteworthy actions included in the plan is the provision that specifies establishing a framework that actually prioritizes investments in active transportation over projects that benefit vehicle travel. We, of course, fully support this shift in priorities, and we look forward to become a guiding vision as the city finalizes the general plan and works to achieve its goals. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the chamber who'd like to speak on this item? Okay, then we'll go to Zoom.
Chair Weeks, there are 2 hands raised.
Okay, thank you.
Caleb Weeks, I'm going to allow you to speak. You may unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes to comment. Please identify yourself.
Good evening. My name is Callum Weeks. I'm the Policy Director at Generation Housing. Thank you so much, Chair Weeks, commissioners, and staff for being here this evening for this very important item. I just want to start by, as did everyone, thanking staff for all the work they put into this. I know it's been a really, really challenging process, and we're nearing the end, and thank you so much for investing all this time and energy into it. And for the sake of Chair Weeks, I will say ditto. Not to belabor the points of all the regional partners who have stated things before, we are in complete alignment, and thank them all for their efforts and time that they've invested on a volunteer basis in this process. It's certainly notable and really a testament to our community and the interest that we are hoping to essentially secure as we proceed forward with Santa Rosa's plan. So I'll just close by noting the simple fact that housing is not an island. It exists in a matrix of transportation and land use policies that either facilitate or frustrate our collective well-being. And given that transportation accounts for over half the city's greenhouse gas emissions, really we hope that more specificity and more concrete I think commitments come forward, and it certainly sounds, based on what the staff has said during the presentation, that will be the case. So with that, I will follow up later with any comments or additional comments in a letter, and thank you so much for your time, and thank you for being here, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
All right, Mark, I'm going to allow you to talk. You have 3 minutes to speak for public comment. Please identify yourself.
Thank you. My name's Mark Franizak. I live and work in downtown Santa Rosa. I just wanted to say it's very important that we not only meet these CO2 reduction targets, but we do it by the deadline, because climate change is the type of thing that snowballs. Every time you pass one of those tipping points, like melting of the permafrost or big changes in the ocean currents, it gets that much harder to fight climate change, or that much harder for human civilization to function. I won't go into that because people could talk about the consequences of that a lot better than I can. So, say if our goal is to cut CO2 emissions by, say, 40% by 2030, then it means around 2027, there needs to be a moment of reckoning and to make sure we're really, about halfway to that goal and not just getting started. We really got to be looking at the clock, because if we start doing our CO2 reduction in 2045, it's kind of too late. You might as well just party it up and enjoy the last of your life. And I guess the other thing I want to say is I couldn't agree more with the folks advocating for active transport. I think it's about, I don't know if I have the statistic exactly right, maybe someone can correct me, but I think half of all car trips are less than 4 miles. That's very bikeable. And active transport, which is not only just bicycles, that's also walking, wheelchairs, mobility scooters, e-scooters. That is probably the quickest, most cost-effective way for a city to get down its CO2 emissions, because you don't have to go building giant new roads and ripping things up. It's a matter of just restriping streets and putting in protected bikeways. It's not, major surgery. And I'll just close with a quote I always liked. When you build a city that's great for an 8-year-old and an 80-year-old, you build a city that's great for everybody. Okay, that's all I have to say. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Are there any other hands raised?
There are no additional hands raised, Chair Weeks.
Thank you. So with that, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission. And so what we'll do, as I said, we'll start with Chapter 1, the introduction. We'll go around to make comments and then go back around on Chapter 2. And for staff, if you want us to slow down or repeat something so you can capture everything, let me know. Okay? So with that, we will start with Chapter 1. Which is the introduction, and we'll go ahead and I'm going to be nice and say, who wants to go first? Oh, Vice Chair Duggan, thank you. You're always nice.
Oh, thank you. I have very few specific ones for the introduction. I just want to thank the team and say that going through all this material, I didn't really key on the new ideas on each of the chapters that you highlighted tonight, and I think they're all fabulous. So I'm in favor of all of those, and otherwise I think Chapter 1 was fine, and a general comment I have about the maps in the entire document, including in Chapter 1, the scale is so tiny, they're very difficult to read. If there's anything we could do for some of the maps to make the scale larger, that would be really, really great. So that's all I've got on Chapter 1.
Okay, so Commissioner Peterson, anything on Chapter 1?
No.
Commissioner Carter.
I will reiterate Commissioner Dugan's comment on the maps. The maps are challenging throughout the document, and I'd love to see them formatted differently. The introduction was an excellent summary of the process that we've been through, and it shows the commitment to making this a public process, and I have no negative comments about it. Thanks.
Commissioner Sanders.
Ditto to both Commissioner Carter and Duggan. With regards to map, I almost have a question. Will the maps, because I think that most people will be interacting with this online, more so than having a printed copy, are the maps interactive online? Like I can click something and it will take me to somewhere, just out of curiosity.
I don't think our maps are interactive. However, you can zoom in and see at street level if that's what you mean. Actually, the documents are really heavy because of the size of the map. So yes, you can zoom in. That said, we have a couple maps in our website that are actually interactive, but not all the maps that we have are.
And then I guess being able to zoom in will handle a lot of the tiny map issues, right? Yeah. All right, thanks.
Commissioner Holton, do you have anything on that section?
In regard to Chapter 1, I'll just go ahead and echo my fellow commissioner's sentiment, and I'll leave it at that. I have no other feedback.
Okay. Commissioner Cisco?
I appreciated the, well, this is overall, but it's more or less introduced in the introduction, that this consolidation approach of the elements, I just find just really helpful and appealing, that it does streamline this. I like the outlining of the goals, policies, but particularly the action items, because I think overall this is going to make this so much more usable, particularly for members of the public. If I waiting for that sidewalk, or I'm waiting for that zoning code amendment, I'm going to be able to look at that action number and approach staff and see where is that in the process at all. So I just think this is a really nicely put together package, and it's going to make it much easier for all of us to work with. And I appreciated the inclusions of the descriptions as to what's the difference between mandatory or consider. So I think the introduction was very well done, and I just appreciate the whole package, and I think it's going to be very usable to the public and to us and to developers.
So I think you already have my comment regarding the statistics around the pandemic. And then I would like some, I know there's a reference to the housing element in this section, but maybe it could be more upfront somehow. So that's just a suggestion. But, and I agree, even with my glasses, the maps are a little hard. So. Okay, so with that, we'll move on to Chapter 2. Let's go the other way this time. Actually, why don't, instead of just going down the row, if you have a comment, raise your hand. So, who has a comment for on Chapter 2? Commissioner Cisco.
I actually have several. And it's sort of a question, I think sort of a statement tagging onto what I was saying earlier. For the priority areas and populations, I'm assuming that the city departments will be looking at those first in terms of when they maybe are budgeting for an action item. That's going to be how that goes. Okay. Within the land use narrative, I did mention this to Amy Lyle, that we need to add the narrative description for maker mixed use on page 2-16. That was omitted. And I'm following the Roberts Avenue thing pretty closely, and when I didn't see it, I went, wait a minute. So that needs to be added. For action 2-1.7, where it says amend the zoning code for the requirements and definitions related to community care, very happy to see that because we ran into a problem recently. So glad to see that and look forward to that happening. Let me get here to where I'm going. And I guess, again, an overarching kind of curious question. For those items that are listed more in a mandatory form, amend the zoning code versus consider, I'm curious, and you don't need to answer that now, but how that process will be handled in order to bring consistency to the zoning code in the general plan. So looking forward to that. One of the concerns I had is under action 2-1.8, where it says address the infrastructure and service needs of disadvantaged unincorporated communities. I don't know what address means, and that policy or that action item follows a number that talk about annexation and preparing to make sure it's financially feasible to do these annexations. And so if we're addressing the service needs of unincorporated communities, how do we do that without annexation, and what does address mean?
Which action item was that?
That's action 2-1.8. And then just got a couple more here. Just appreciate the action items for preservation of an inventory of industrial lands. Those are 2-1.16 and 2-1.17. And appreciate the action 2-1.18 about just creating more opportunities for live-work units and compatible uses, but differing uses than we do now for the industrial areas. And then I don't know why I have this one. A lot of these are appreciations. One, though, that was a kind of a concern was action 2-2.2, requiring design of mixed-use projects to focus residential uses in the upper stories or towards the back. Curious about, that hasn't been our typical design standard for mixed use. And just a general comment, I think this plan, as well as some of our other plans, relies heavily on the mixed-use concept. And I believe there's a policy or an action in here about removing obstacles for mixed use, but we're going to really need to do that because our first and most exciting, that turned out not to be exciting at all, the Moore building is not mixed use yet. It's still no retail on the bottom and empty. So it's just a concern for me. I love the concept, but we need to really figure out how do we make this happen, and this plan really relies a lot on it. And then moving on to economic development. Again, it's action 2-5.11, updating the zoning code to allow for more maker mixed use. Again, I appreciate that. Just how we're going to get that to actually happen. Action 2-6.9, requiring a market analysis if they want to eliminate or change out of an industrial land use. I think that's just really, really important. So that's all I have for that section.
Thank you. Let's start with Commissioner Sanders.
Just overall, throughout the entirety of the document, one thing that I was curious about is when we talk about Senate Bill X or Assembly Bill Y, is that going to be a clickable link that could take people to, because sometimes when I'm reading this, certain things are defined as denoted in Senate Bill X, Y, and Z. Are we giving someone homework at that point? Could we make that homework a little easier by having Senate Bill, whatever it is, be a hyperlink to have a box come up to explain what that is, or actually take them to where they can get more information about that? Does that make sense?
It does, and we can work with the consultants on that. My fear is, I don't know about you, but it drives me nuts when I go click on something and the hyperlink is no longer active. So it may be better, like you were saying, for us to create a box maybe that provides a summary.
Exactly, just a box that could pop up and it's right there, we control it, right?
Great suggestion.
Wait, I'll just weigh on that. It is difficult to do the link. I will work with the team on that. Another suggestion that I was going to bring up to the team is I think it would be more helpful to just refer to the state code section instead of to the Senate bill or the Assembly bill, because those change. on the regular. So what you might think this year, everybody talks about Senate Bill 9, and this is a long-term plan. In 5 years, in 10 years, Senate Bill 9 is going to be something completely different than it is today.
Correct, okay.
So
That
I
makes
think
sense.
that would maybe help address it, because the government code or the public resources code will be the same and easier to look up than finding, when you go into that legislative portal and try and find a Senate bill from 5 years ago, it's challenging. So thank you for bringing that up, and it was something I wanted to discuss with the staff as well, so thank you.
And further with, like, you know, things like VMT. I mean, I know what VMT means. MTC, I know what MTC means, but maybe people don't. And there are certain times in the document where it's actually the abbreviation and the whole title for those, you know, really long ones. So maybe if we can sort of standardize that, so that either we're giving we bog down in a lot of initialisms and acronyms, and sometimes it gets a little much. Also, in Chapter 2, I'm noticing throughout the entirety of the document, there's a lot of mention about equity priority areas, equity priority populations, and particularly when it's like on, well, actually, I won't give a page number because our pages are actually in different order. I would love to see, if I were king of the forest, something that was, when we're talking about the definition of what these are, something that is a little bit more aspirational, meaning, you know, as a black kid growing up in San Francisco, I knew that I was an other. I knew that my stuff didn't look like everybody else's stuff, but as a kid, all I wanted to do was ride my bicycle, just like any other kid. And I don't want to, you know, create a sense of other. I would love for our community to, you know, kind of wrote this down, I don't know if this will make sense, but to embrace each individual's, you know, vitality. You know, you may live in this situation, but it's not a landing spot. You are not an other. You are a vital part of our community. And as we keep talking about, like, you know, these other populations, it feels to me, it's all emotional for me, it feels like we're creating a different group, and we're all one group. And what we need to do as government is remove barriers to access so that everybody can, you know, access and create their best life moving forward, not to single someone out as an other, or, you know, and maybe we're inadvertently doing that. I know no one meant to do that when I was a kid, but it was clear that I was the other. And maybe we can do something better than that. It's kind of vague, I understand, but just my thoughts as I'm reading through this. I talked about the hyperlinks. And I think we have to be, and I think Commissioner Cisco mentioned this as well, we have to, I think, be careful of, you know, words like require. And because when we start using words like require, what does that mean? Is that something that we're going to, you know, pay someone to do if it's a requirement, particularly in Action 2-2.7, require compact development that includes services with 1/2 mile walking, biking distance in neighborhoods. So if we're be a little bit more careful with our language, I guess, in that. In economic development, there's not much on attracting, you know, skilled, talented workforce. I mean, we can have and, you know, try and recruit and, you know, go out there and find businesses to come, but we also need to have a workforce that's there so that there's talent here that is hireable. And I don't really hear or see much mentioned in that in the economic development part. That was already talked about. That was already talked about. That's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Carter, do you have anything?
I'd like to start by thanking the Deputy Director for her recent email asking us to focus on the policies and the in the goals, the high-level stuff. And so I've organized my comments that way. It was an easy way for me to think about it, and I appreciate the direction you gave us. So in land use, appreciate action 2.1.1 because it specifically calls out for the implementation of certain specific plans that are a basis for a lot of this area. And just to beat my dead horse, especially the Roseland specific plan and its circulation element really needs to be looked at aggressively. Moving on, let's see. In 2-1.3, we asked to require a residential development within 500 feet of 1 or 12 to include construction measures that mitigate for future resident exposure to hazardous materials. I'm wondering if this is something that should be addressed through the zoning code too, and if there should be some mention of the zoning code in that action item. Action, let's see, 2.13, I think, 2-1.13, review and comment on surrounding jurisdiction planning actions. I'm losing the action. Well, it says to work with other agencies to coordinate planning, but I'm wondering if there needs to be an action item that allows policymakers to review neighboring jurisdictions' planning actions at time. I've lost track of which action item it is, but I'll just leave it at that. The 2-1.12 references the AGB, or the urban growth boundary, and what is the process for updating? Will the urban growth boundary be updated as a part of this process, or is it a separate action? One of the action items suggests updating it as appropriate.
So the urban growth boundary is set by the voters, so it will not be amended through this. That would be something, if there was a desire to change it, it would have to come through a vote of the people.
I think this is reversed.
Thank you. My next comment is on the livability goal 2.3, the one that says ensure mixed-use developments along, no, that's not the one, sorry. Promote livability by creating a variety of housing types near transit to reduce greenhouse gases emissions. The suggestion from Bikeable Santa Rosa was that we need to also focus on density in that goal. I don't know if we can actually change goals, but you could change it to say promote livability by creating a density and variety of housing near transit to reduce greenhouse gases. Goal 3.4 or 2.4, economic development. Looking at action 2.4.19 relative to locating what I'll call big box retail operations in a way that doesn't encourage additional traffic. Once again, that seems like something that might be addressed through zoning. If we have a specific location, we want those types of uses to occur, so might want some reference to zoning. And finally, action 2.5.10 references micro-entrepreneurial as a type of land use. I'm wondering if our zoning code includes that definition now, or if we should be talking about home occupations in addressing that particular action. And finally, 2-6, about maintaining vibrant and convenient active commercial centers. Many of the actions focus on maintaining land adequate supply for commercial and industrial activities. We see a lot about cities, San Francisco, New York, and it could happen here too, where there's excess commercial space being looked at for conversion of housing. Is there a reverse action somewhere in the plan we might reference? Those are my comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Peterson?
My fellow commissioners have hit a lot of the specifics. I just have a general comment in translating the goals, the policies, the actions. I guess my concern, and this would be true throughout the general plan, is that the actions may end up constraining the goal. So I'm thinking here in particular the 2-6 section that has a lot of require new commercial and industrial developments to do X, do a market study, things like that, that may work against the goal of maintaining a vibrant, convenient, and attractive commercial center.
Commissioner or Vice Chair Duggan?
Okay. Let's see. I only have a couple of specific ones because everybody else has made such great ones. Figure 2-4 on page 211. I think this map needs to reference the table that's on page 6-5, table 6.1, because that table looks like it's kind of out on its own, and with the census development area, the census tract information, and it doesn't refer, the table doesn't refer back to a map, and the map doesn't refer to the table. So I think it should they should reference each other.
I'm so sorry. Would you please clarify the table?
The table is 6-1 on page 6-5, so in chapter 6.
Thank you.
And then the map is 2-4 on page 211. Okay, and then my other comment on this chapter is action 2-1.3 on page 231. I think the action should be revised to include language or another action added to also include residential developments close to industrial areas, which might produce hazardous vapors and contaminants that might affect people living in the residential units, to include construction measures to mitigate the exposure to the toxic things, vapors, contaminants. And that's all.
Okay, so a general question, equity priority areas, how long are they designated an equity priority area? So I don't know if you can answer that. I'm sure you can.
I don't think we have established a date when they're when they stop being priority areas. This would be for this general plan. The way that the Plan Bay Area has used it has also been during the plan implementation. So if you have any suggestion on how much time we should have it, I think it would require an evaluation, and we can add that into the policies, kind of figuring out if we have addressed the underinvestment that we have on those areas. And I think it would be a good time to take them out of that list once we figure out we have accomplished the goals that we established.
I would think kind of tying it to census information. So the census is every 10 years because that's where you got the info, or a lot of it. So, okay, hopefully I won't repeat. Action 2-1.20, update the urban growth boundary so that it's coterminous with the city's sphere of influence. I thought the urban growth boundary, should it be the other way around?
It's reversed.
Yeah, and that's, I think, what Commissioner Carter was getting at also. So I apologize, I didn't understand, and Sherry pointed out, it should be reversed. So the Local Agency Formation Commission, or LAFCO, is the agency that can adjust the sphere of influence, and they are actually in the process of doing that right now, and hope to have that process completed by the end of this year. But they are working. We've got areas where our urban growth boundary goes beyond our sphere of influence, and then we have areas where the urban growth boundary is inside of it, and they should be the same. So they're working on changing that sphere of influence line to be coterminous with the urban growth boundary.
Okay, so it's just
reversed.
switching UGB and sphere of influence.
Correct.
So we can either reverse that or potentially just delete it since it's already in process. We'll figure that out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Action 2-3.3, you talk about the community's vision, and it might be a good idea to refer back to, I think it's figure 1-4. And I think I'm getting in the weeds. I apologize about that, but then this action 2-4.14, use funds from statewide community infrastructure program and et cetera, et cetera. It seems like it's determining what the budget would be. It's making a budget decision. So I just wanted to point that out. Let's see. And then action 2-6.4 about grocery stores. I think I understand what this means, but I don't agree with it. I think it means that if you want to put a grocery store in Rincon Valley, you have to make sure that it's not going to have an impact on putting a similar grocery store downtown. And I'm sorry there's nobody from economic development here, because I think this came from them. It would have been helpful to have her here. So anyway, if that is what that means, I don't agree with it. I think we need, people need to have access to grocery stores everywhere, and it's kind of let the market determine.
Yeah, and I don't want to speak on Raisa's behalf, but from what I've heard when she's mentioned before, it wouldn't be something where it's in Rincon Valley. It would be something that is relatively close to downtown, but then would prohibit another retailer from wanting to open a grocery store downtown, which is so sorely needed.
So if you have it in Montgomery Village, then that's
That'd be
too close to
fine.
downtown.
So maybe we need to define that by a specific distance or something like that, if that's of interest.
Okay. I think that was all for me on this section. Yes. Does anybody else want to go around again on anything that came up for anybody on section 2? Okay.
Chair Weeks, I don't think that we heard from Commissioner Holton on this section.
Yeah, I actually was waiting to hear everybody else's comments, and everyone's pretty much covered everything that I could. I'm actually just waiting for chapter 3.
So here you go. Chapter 3.
All right, so I guess I have
And I'm
to stay.
sorry I missed you. I thought you...
No, you actually did call me, and I kind of wanted to defer, and because you guys also have to understand, this is my first general plan.
So here you go, Jeff, chapter 3.
Exactly. So in regard to chapter 3, it's some really aspirational ambitions in there, and I'm real hopeful, but I'm kind of an optimist pessimist. I hope for the best, but I expect the worst. And there's a lot in here in regard to, putting a lot of our impact on commuters and individuals. And there doesn't really seem to be a whole lot in terms of regulations and requirements for businesses and so for example, I happen to notice that there's a lot about, greenhouse gas emissions, which is, definitely a real big concern for all of us. But then there's also, people have to realize that we were just in a drought. And that drought, yeah, we did have a nice wet winter that helped us to get out of it, but that's not going to, get us through. So there were a couple of areas where we spoke, or where there were a lot of elements we discussed for, let's see, I'm just looking for, biological resources and waterways, and there was a lot of talk about, but there wasn't really much verbiage or language in regard to limitations or hopes, ambitions for vineyards or for breweries, which have been historically, mass water consumption businesses and practices. And so I just would like to, myself personally, see a little bit more efforts in putting it on individual businesses and corporations to do their part, and not just carbon offsets, and not just, yeah, we're going to plant some trees in another state and then that's going to solve our problems here. I just think that we need to start to try to hold a lot more corporations accountable for their actions, and I just want to see more emphasis in that in the plan. I agree, that we do definitely need to improve our roadways, and yes, making Santa Rosa bikeable is great, and I love that. I mean, I'm really on board with that, but at the same time, folks also have to realize too, while a lot of trips are only 4 miles, you got folks like me, I drive 120 miles a day. And I don't really have any other option. I can't just work here in Santa Rosa and make a livable wage. I have to go to another area to make 6 figures. I can't make that here in my job. So that's things that people have to kind of think about, is that we do want to make it a more bikeable, more walkable community, but at the same time, we can't continue to say, I noticed that there's a plan for expansion on Stony Point, and that's going to be a welcome change, because as somebody who during the fires, and I've heard this time and time again from residents wanting additional easements to get in and out of their neighborhoods during fires. If anybody saw what I saw out my back window on Stony Point during the fire, during the Tubbs fire, it was insane. I mean, we had people literally fist fighting out in the streets, trying to just get around people trying to hit people riding the shoulders, people in big trucks driving on the sidewalks. I mean, it was utter chaos. So I just want people to understand that while having bikeable paths in Santa Rosa is awesome and it's great, we should make sure that we're not going to be detracting from the needs of the basic communities and basic easements in and out of communities. So, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm going off on all kinds of tangents here, but I just, I really did enjoy a lot of the aspirational ambitions in Chapter 3. However, I do want to see more efforts in putting more onto individual businesses and corporations, and that's all. I'll hold it to that.
Okay, Commissioner Cisco.
I, like probably most of us, look forward to staff's review of the comments offered by Bikeable Santa Rosa. I wouldn't have a clue how to even address those, so you get to, and come back with that. I've stated this before, I'm curious, and I understand there may be a process in place about, at one time we had a development applicant wanting to alter the North Point Parkway configuration and that circulation. They were recommended to do that at the time the general plan was updated. So curious about what, if anything, is happening with that. On action 3-3.10, I think we need to add Burbank Avenue, because I don't believe they have their own development standards as a scenic road, like most of those listed. Interested that we see action 3-4.34 to amend the zoning code to prohibit drive-throughs. That's Been out there a long time. And then some concern about action 3-5.2, where in development, I'm not there yet, but I'll paraphrase, eliminating fossil fuels in residential development. And I thought we were threatened with a lawsuit when that was maybe proposed at council, but just some concern about that action plan and what that might mean in the future. And that's all I have for 3.
Commissioner Duggan?
Yeah, this is my favorite chapter. And I've got.
We all have our favorite chapters.
No, I know. And I've got quite a few comments, so I'll try to get through them. So starting on page 3-5, what does a service population mean in the context? Is it the total population of the city? How are the numbers arrived at? And the projected general plan horizon figure, is it based on business as usual, or is it based incorporating all the proposed reduction of travel, like vehicular travel, if all of the proposed actions and policies of the plan are adopted and enacted? And then if the total population increases in Santa Rosa, as we're sort of planning for in the horizon in this document by 2050, wouldn't this result in a net increase in VMT per this table, even because it's of the modest reduction? So that's the first one. Page 3-12. Under city bus improvements, it references phase 2, but it doesn't offer a timeline. Phase 1 happened in May 2017, so I'm just curious, can we add the timeline of when is phase 2, when can we expect to see that? Okay, and under active transportation network on the same page, on the 4th paragraph, it's got a discussion about how property owners are responsible for sidewalk maintenance. And just a personal thing, we recently fixed some sidewalk outside of our house and got the encroachment permit and did it all per the city's requirements. And talking to people I know who live in other places, all of their cities pay for all of their sidewalk repairs. And I think people in Santa Rosa don't know that they're responsible for their own sidewalk maintenance and repair. So I'd like to see an action included that the city creates some sort of educational campaign around through social media, through the water bill, something to tell people that they're responsible for sidewalk repairs and maintenance, and telling them the steps they need to take, because figuring out the whole encroachment permit process as an owner builder was not easy, and it took several months and multiple phone calls and visits to City Hall for my husband. And that the steps they need to take, hiring the qualified contractor with a specific license and getting the encroachment permit. And in my pie in the sky optimistic idea, it's like if there was a low interest loan program to help people pay for these repairs that could be paid back in a couple of years, that would be great. Because otherwise I think our goals of getting all the sidewalks improved are not going to happen unless we try to do something like this. And I guess I did find in action 3-1.15 on page 320. It might be appropriate to add that there. And let's see, I just wanted to say that all the comments made by the Bicycle Coalition and Bikeable Santa Rosa, I think, are wonderful comments, and I want you to take them seriously and evaluate them all and see what we can improve the document using those comments. Okay. Not going to go on all my comments because they're long, but let's see what else can I do. This is something I'm not to pick a fight with Commissioner Holden, but I know there are people who do have to commute out of the area. And if we build out the bike improvement that are envisioned in this document, if we improve the bike network like that, it'll increase the roadway capacity for people who have to be in their cars. It'll get the people who just feel like it's safer to be in the car rather than walk or bike. It'll get them on their bikes, on foot, and we won't have to widen as many roadways as often because there'll be fewer cars on the roadways. And the thing about relying on electric vehicles only to reduce VMTs. Electric vehicles still take up space on roadways. They still kill and injure people. They still require parking. Bikes take a lot less room and they're a lot cheaper. And bikes also tie into the equity portion of our general plan, because I tried to figure out what's the average cost of maintaining a vehicle per year. And there were many, many different figures, and the average seemed to be about $5,000 a year, and I don't see how that could include a car loan. So that probably only includes licensing, insurance, gas, tires, whatever you need, but that's a huge burden for a low-income family. So if we improve biking networks and pedestrian networks and the bus routes and the transit, that's better for everybody. And to people who think maybe we're building bikeways for older men in Lycra, there's an event that happens. I don't know if everybody knows about this event, but there's an event in Santa Rosa that's been happening on Tuesday nights the last couple, maybe year and a half. It's called Taco Tuesdays. It starts at a park in the junior college. It winds its way through the junior college, the McDonald neighborhood, downtown. It goes out to Roseland, to Matoti Food Park, and we get tacos. The 3 times I've done it, it's been about 300 people. It's small children on their own bikes in the streets riding with their parents. Those people would be all over the safe networks. So I think we want to think of families like that and how they would use a safe, connected bike network. Okay, let's see. Now I've got my extra comments that I thought of after I typed this all out.
And if I could, real quick, Commissioner Duggan, and this goes for the full commission, if you do have written comments that you would like to submit, we would love to have them, okay, so that we make sure that we can capture everything that you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not telling you everything, so I definitely have a copy for you guys.
Thank you.
And this is a handwritten comment that I added this morning. So I think that there need to be a new action under, I sort of thought it could go under goal 3-2 on pages 322, 323, to work for Santa Rosa to work with Sonoma County, Caltrans, Sonoma County Regional Parks, and SMART as applicable to ensure that all the existing Class 1 trails, which include Prince Memorial Greenway, Creek Trail, SMART Multi-Use Path, the Joe Rodota Trail, are regularly maintained to be kept free of campsites and debris in order to keep them open for active transportation uses. Currently, last weekend, I was on the Joe Rodota Trail, the connector to the SMART Trail. There's an encampment there now. And if we wait again till it's so big to clear it, we'll have to close the trail again for weeks. And it's more expensive to wait till it gets to the point of no return than it is to stop them before they start. Okay. Page 3-19, action 318, revised to reference the NATCO guidelines specifically. So the NATCO guidelines are the guidelines for bikeways. And there are specific guidelines to provide guidance for choosing bikeway designs that are geared to all ages and all abilities. Okay. And then I'll give you my, I'm going to skip some here just from the interest of time. And also just early on under page 318 where we're describing all the different roadways, can you please add descriptions of all the different types of bike facilities? There's no description in the document that describe what a Class 1 is versus a Class 2, 3, 4, et cetera. And include examples of each type similar to the roadway network description. And then one more action under goal 3.2. There's a planned Class 1 bike lane that's going to connect the city of Santa Rosa to the city of Sonoma. And I think there should be a goal for the city to work with the county and Caltrans on the development of the part of that that's in Santa Rosa, and I don't see that mentioned in here. And otherwise, I'll give you my written comments so you can see the rest of my comments.
Commissioner Peterson?
So in the interest of time, I'll say that I endorse Bikeable Santa Rosa's comments. I want to touch on a couple things quickly, and then I'll turn it over. So I think philosophically, goal 3.2 is not aspirational enough from my perspective. I think that public transportation and active transportation needs to be the gold standard. It needs to be the most convenient. We need, for instance, bus shelters at every stop that needs to run frequently. So look, more aspiration there would be great from my end. And then 3.3, or excuse me, goal 3-3. From my end, policy 3-3.1 seems completely at odds with the rest of this section. It seems to me a throwback to prioritizing cars, ease of getting around by car, and I guess it seems a step backwards. So, thank you.
Commissioner Carter?
Okay. My first comment, I'm going to go to the diagram, figure 3.2, and just, I think Commissioner Dugan addressed this, but I just want to repeat because I'm not clear on the question she was asking, but was the projection for the VTM derived assuming all the VTM measures and all the population growth and all the land use changes that come with the plan, or how was it derived? It's not clear to me where those figures come from. And another general comment, I'm in support of all of the specific engineering proposals to improve active transportation. But, you know, in addition to engineering to support active transportation, there are educational and enforcement elements that make active transportation more appealing, and I don't know that I see enough comments about enforcement of existing codes to provide safer streets. It's a slippery slope there, but I live near Mendocino and College, and I hear and see misbehaving motorists all the time, and I don't know, I don't want to make it a police problem, but I think we need to have some policies that address how we can get people to behave, because that'll make the streets more attractive in addition to the wonderful engineering measures that have been proposed. The specific comment from Bikeable Santa Rosa about 25 additional miles of stress-free bikeway, if staff can respond to that at some point and let us know how that would be evaluated, what effect that's going to have long-term on VTM. I certainly support the idea, but I don't know what it's supposed to produce or how it's going to be evaluated. Let's see. Action 3-1.19, jumping around here, bear with me. Okay. It says to develop viable solutions for regional through traffic on north-south corridors. Because I do agree somewhat with Commissioner Holton that there are existing congestion issues that still must be addressed, and I'm not necessarily convinced that we can address them all through VTM. This action seems needed to me, but the last phrase, which says while remaining cognizant of the multimodal need on each of those corridors, and it seems geared toward traffic accommodation, that maybe that phrase could be modified to say, and design solutions to accommodate multimodal and active transportation, which sounds a bit more assertive than remaining cognizant of them. As we did in land use and specifically identified implementation of the Roseland specific plan, I would like to see a specific action reference to implementation of the transportation improvements in the Roseland specific plan. And then there's an action 3-2.2A that deals with working with the school districts for safe routes to school, in addition to providing safe routes for bicyclists and pedestrians getting to school. It's clearly a reality of the 21st century that there is vehicular traffic involved in getting children to school, and we should make our street improvements to accommodate that to the extent that it must be accommodated. I know we're talking about preparing for peace and war at the same time as if we try to promote additional bicycle use, but you know, the way schools operate now, there's going to be traffic with them, and we need something that addresses how to manage the traffic at schools. I don't want to say accommodate, but we need to manage the vehicular traffic at schools while we're enhancing the bike and walk to school access. In particular, there are elementary and middle schools in Roseland that if you've gone out there during drop-off times, you know that those streets aren't functioning well for anybody. And we need to, particularly in the design of the North Point extension, be cognizant of how the schools that are near that intersection would work. And let's see. I really appreciate 3-1.11, the TDM action items, and the city's modeling of what a proper corporate TDM program would be is to be appreciated, and what might provide examples for industrial, commercial land users that aren't public agencies.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanders?
I will promise, and I will keep this short, and I will send an email for all of the little nitpicky ones that I have. On 3-1.18, engage Santa Rosa community members, prioritizing those in EPAs in areas of change in planning for transportation, facilities, and services. It just seems like the prioritizing those in EPAs and areas of change, that's a phrase that can almost be put everywhere, right? So it just seems kind of extra. I mean, let's engage the community, our community members, in planning for transportation facilities and services globally. I mean, you can, like I said, you can put that in everywhere, and we're clear that, you know, we're going to be righting the ship. We're going to be leveling the playing field. That's how this is going to work, right? I like action 3-2.20, and where are our bike people when we get to this one, but develop street standards with separated and or protected bicycle lanes. Where are they? They should hear that. It's important. And then lastly, action 3-4.26, ensure that construction adjacent to creek channels is sensitive to the natural environment, preserves topography and vegetation along the creek, does not disrupt or pollute the waterway, and provides adequate setback buffer. I think I mentioned this when we were at the WAC, but I figure I'd do it again. I would love for us, you know, it's great that we are protectors of our creeks and streams, and it's very important, but I'd love to be able to add some language in there that encourages development, that treats our creeks and streams as an enhancement to their development, not just something that we need to, you know, protect and fight off, but welcome them if they're going to make this a vital part of that development and give access to citizens, all the better. And I will stop there.
Okay, I just have one item on this section. It's action 3-1.10, and it says require developers of sites within, et cetera, et cetera. I think instead of require, it could be encourage, because that action, perhaps especially for some affordable housing projects, could be a cost burden. So with that, we're going to move on to section 4, but I would like to take a 5-minute break before we move on to section 4. Okay, I think we'll go ahead and get started. So we are on Chapter 4, Urban Design, Historic Preservation, and Art and Culture. So let's start with Commissioner Sanders. I'm sorry, you're flipping pages. Sorry.
I have to catch up.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm just needing to get myself organized here. You know, I don't think I have anything quite ready for 4. I have a lot ready for 5. So can we go to someone else while I tighten up my game over here?
Okay.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to Commissioner Carter.
Action 4-1.5, where feasible, prioritizing EPAs in areas of change, provide planting strips and large canopy trees between the roads and the sidewalks to buffer from traffic and help define space. Let's see, why did I note that one? Oh, would that, let's see. Oh, 4.14 is the action I'm actually referencing. Develop and implement strategies for gateways. Would that include perhaps additional design review for gateway projects? And how would that jibe with the increased facilitation of housing projects? Fairly stumbling question, but I think I got it out at the end. And that's all I had for that section.
Okay. Commissioner Peterson?
Yes, just one comment related to 4-2.3. I think this is kind of at odds with developing more housing. My concern with some of these action items is that I believe the historic threshold is 50 years. So we're looking at a lot of beautiful 1970s neighborhoods being potentially historic resources in Santa Rosa that could potentially be redeveloped for more efficient uses that dovetail nicely with the other goals. So I guess my concern would be existing historic neighborhoods maybe, but maybe don't want to expand the preservation. Thanks.
Vice Chair Duggan.
Yeah, I don't have much either, but I support the Historical Society's proposed edits from their letter, and I won't reiterate those because you've got the copy of the letter. And then I think I'd either like to see figure 4-2 revised to add the location of all of our current historic districts, or another exhibit added showing where the current historic districts are. And that's it.
Commissioner Sisko, do you have anything?
I don't have anything for this section.
Commissioner Holton?
I'll actually be submitting all of my comments for the remaining chapters via email.
Oh, thank you. So a question on the page 4-4, the picture of attractive gateways. I think that might be Burlingame. And I don't know if that means we have no attractive gateways, so we had to go south to find one. So, and then Policy 4-1.2, I've already commented about not specifying specific sites. And that was it for me in this section. So we'll move on to...
Chair, I found mine.
Oh, of course you did.
So sorry. It was action 4-2.8, providing building owners of historic structures. And I guess this is more of a question. Is that historic structures commercial, residential, a parking lot? How are we defining that? What are we considering historic? And is that defined somewhere? And that's it.
Would you be able to repeat the question? I was trying to find the policy or the action when you were asking.
Sure, action 4-2.8.
Yes.
And it's talking about providing builder owners of older historic structures. And I was just curious to know, what are we, is there a definition of what a historic structure is? Certain buildings are in historic areas but aren't necessarily historic or contributors to a historic area, and then is that residential? Is that, older commercial buildings, a guest building, or, and where would we find that?
Okay. We will make sure that we clarify what we mean by historic structure.
Thank you.
Thank you. So then we'll move on to Chapter 5, and we'll start with Vice Chair Duggan.
Thank you. I've only got a couple here because I knew that Commissioner Sanders would be on it. So let's see, page 5-31, action 539. I'd like to see change the wording, consider updating to update the zoning code to prohibit land uses in the wildland urban interface that serve mobility limited persons, such as assisted care facilities, and also add the words and additional uses recommended by the California Office of the OPR, I forget what it is right now, Hazard Planning Technical Advisory Report. And then page 5-32, action 5.3.12, change to read, revise the zoning code per the California OPR Advisory and Technical Report to prohibit increased densities or intensities of uses in fire-prone areas. And that's all I've got for Chapter 5.
Thank you. Commissioner Peterson, do you have anything?
I don't for this section.
Commissioner Carter?
I'll just say that the chapter looked pretty complete to me, and I think we've benefited from having safety organizations as part of our government to inform this matter. So better experts than I have crafted this, and I don't really have many comments. I do have, well, this is another appreciation. I appreciate action 5.63 that raises extreme heat to a hazard, and that we're starting to recognize there are community effects from climate change. That's all my comments. Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Sanders, you're up.
On action 5-5.3, promote public awareness of natural hazards and potential effects of disasters in planning area through the citizens organized to prepare for emergencies or COPE volunteer organization. There's also a core volunteer organization, citizens organized to respond to emergencies. So maybe there's a way that we can implement there's a difference, fundamental difference between being prepared and actually responding. I don't know if you have that information, but if we do, if we get that, we can put that in. That would be great. when we get to noise levels, there's no mention of car or engine noise levels.
What action, or what policy
I'm sorry.
is that?
We are at...
Or goal, maybe?
Well, there is no policy, it just says noise.
Oh, okay.
And in my book, it's page 5-33, but I think our page numbers are a little off.
Yeah, just for clarification on that, so the printed version of the document, or at least the printed version, not perhaps the one that Commissioner Sanders has because it was printed from our website, but the one that we have here that's been printed for the community is slightly different page number wise than what is on our website, and that is due to insertion of blank pages because of the exhibits and such. So all the content is the same, but
Right.
the page numbers are not matching up.
Right. So this would be after action to find it, 5-6.25. Now, that's not the issue I'm talking about, but that's where you can find where I'm looking. And as I'm looking, we see projected noise sources, Highway 101, regional arterial streets, railroad operations, but nowhere does it mention automobile engine noises. I mean, I think there is one point where we're talking about small, like leaf blowers and things like that, but that is something that I would like to see implemented, or at least talked about. And that's it for now.
Commissioner Holton, still nothing?
You know, actually, I can actually wrap up my comments for Chapter 5. I actually do have those notes. So it was basically just pertaining to Policy 566, reducing the spread of human health hazards, including pest diseases and viruses. My only comments for action item 56-19, coordinate with the Marin and Sonoma Mosquito and Vector Control District to minimize mosquitoes, ticks, rats, other vectors that carry and spread human hazards. I just wish that could be fleshed out a little bit and explain, like, what is it that they would actually do to help, in addition to the work with local employees to provide resources to help protect employees from environmental hazards. Just a little more clarification on what that would entail and what that would look like. And that's all I have for Chapter 5.
Thank you. Commissioner Cisco?
Yeah, I just have one thing. In reading through Chapter 5, the term fire-prone areas was used, and under 5-3.12, there's a parentheses that indicates that what that means is very high fire hazard severity zone and wildland urban interface fire areas, which are mapped. But just for clarification's sake, where we're using that term, because I think there's been a lot of confusion, like what I think is a fire, zone may not be. So somehow tying those together, maybe putting that in the glossary with, some clarification.
That's okay, go ahead.
My apologies. My sticky notes have, like, their glue is not working, so they're all over the place over here, so I'm struggling. I don't see a mention of evacuation routes, particularly in the WUI, and making sure that we implement a plan that will outline whether we're using Zone Haven or any of the other programs where people can look and find out the most effective evacuation route and target hazard identification. I don't see that anywhere, so thank you.
Okay,
excuse me, I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead.
Can you clarify again, I'm sorry, what you're looking for in terms of the evacuation routes? Because I'm afraid they could change over time, possibly.
Well, they could, and I guess what I would recommend is language that acknowledges that maybe we should be doing evacuation routes and reevaluating what those routes could be. I mean, because clearly there could be a road closure. Clearly, you know, any number of things can happen. But when you're getting through, you know, tight corridors, for example, using the Oakland Hills fire for an example, if some people had just turned right as opposed to turning left, which was the intuitive way to go, things would have been a lot different.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
There was something I know on the city's website where you could put in your address and it gave you ways to get out.
Know your ways out. And,
yeah. Okay.
And actually, today in our City Connections newsletter, they actually included the safety routes, so they're there. But thanks for the comment. We'll try to figure out the language.
Thank you.
So action 5-3.11 about transfer of development rights in the high fire hazard severity zone and WUI. I think just something, you know, for the public to be aware of, that, you know, we're not sticking all development in one corner because of whatever, but there are issues with building in high fire areas. So, and then you already talked about COPE, and I think that was it for me, I think. Yeah, the other stuff, not that important. Sorry, goal 5-9, and it talks about the schools partnering with police department, and just want to clarify that that's not the school resource officer program, and for the public not to think that that's what that is. I'm assuming the public's going to read this document.
Police actually did help come up with that, and it was left purposely vague so that it could be a conversation between the police department and the parents and the school district to determine how that would actually look.
And then goal 5-10, action 5-10.2, periodically review and update Santa Rosa Fire Department strategic plan. I think there should also be something in here about reviewing the police department's strategic plan. And then also the reference on the updating the first responder training requirements. I think the word instead of periodically should be continually, because that's what they do. And that's it for me on this section. So we'll start with, let's start with Commissioner Peterson. Do you have anything on number 6? Yes.
If I may, I found some additional Chapter 5 comments.
I think he's rubbing off on you.
Yeah, he is. In particular, I'm looking at goal 5-9, help provide superior and lifelong educational opportunities. Action 5-9.1 says work with schools, and I agree, and this comes back to my comments in the circulation section. Work with schools to locate sites and facilities to serve all neighborhoods, and the first bullet, safe pedestrian and bicycle access and traffic calming measures in the vicinity. I'm probably going to get shouted down for this, but I think it's traffic management in the vicinity. It's not all calming. There's significant school traffic that needs management plans. And the partner with the police, I didn't quite understand, because I think these are actions for the city, and the police is the city, so should it say partner with the school district? I'm not sure how that should be phrased, but to stay away from the resource officers discussion, we might want to keep it vague, but it seems like the partnership is between the school district and the city and not the police in the city. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, because safe could mean a safe way to get to school, right, as well as being safe, yeah. So, Commissioner Peterson.
Okay, chapter 6.
Number 6.
Let's see, let me find my spot here. The only concern I had with this one was in goal 6-6, specifically 6-6.3. I think that from my perspective, you want to allow the highest and best use of land in the city, and that may not be retaining existing city gardens, that may not be expanding community gardens. So to the extent that those work at odds with, say, housing development, that would be my concern.
Commissioner Carter, do you have anything in this section?
Yes, I do. First of all, this is a very ambitious section, and I'm happy to see it here. And I'm happy to see action 6.6-1.7, which says maintain at least one city staff position that bridges planning, transportation, health, and equity, which this segment does. My only question is one planner enough, or it's a lot to implement here? Will it be done by expansion of that department in the planning, or will these familiarity with this section be distributed among all planners so that they're working to implement these actions as they review and process projects? Let's see. Moving on, I have a specific comment on action 6-3.1.16. I can find it. Oh, yeah, I'm happy to see this action, to seek opportunities to involve young people meaningfully, authentically, and particularly in the EPAs to develop their leadership skills. I wouldn't object to expanding on this, this action so that we need to highlight the opportunities for young people to work with those who are currently involved in city policy and government and bring them into the process too. I'm not, somehow I'd like to bring a multi-generational aspect to this particular action. I don't have language for it, but definitely love to see getting young people involved in these kinds of processes, but would like to see the action expanded so to demonstrate what the opportunities are for young people to gain experience and learn from those already involved in these kinds of processes. Thanks.
Commissioner Sanders?
Yes. Policy 6-2.3, prevent, disincentivize, and reduce harmful addictive behaviors. And it goes on to 6-2.14, restrict tobacco and alcohol retailers near schools, youth populated areas, and senior facilities in areas with high density of existing tobacco retailers, particularly in EPAs, but no mention of cannabis anywhere. And that's a new and fanciful thing that we were doing in our community. So I think that it would be nice to have that added. 6-3.2, explore developing city guidelines and best practices to compensate low-income residents for engaging in city planning and decision-making to eliminate barriers to participation. My question is that, am I reading that literally, pay people to show up to engage?
If you want me to respond, I'm happy to do that. In the majority of best practices that we have seen from other jurisdictions that are successful engaging low-income communities, for communities that participate in focus groups, yes, it's paying people so that the information that they provide is not extractive. And the reason that I'm mentioning this is because we're talking about community workers who are either people who get paid by the hour and that usually can't engage in an event like this. I mean, the people who are sitting down in this room today are probably capable of taking some time off and being here and not having to have a long commute of 3 hours. So we're thinking about specific communities that have a higher difficulty to join events, and this is for particular for particular ways where we really go through and spend 2 or 3 hours talking to community members. So for other incentives, for every event that we host on the general plan side, we consider having childcare. That's one thing that prevents caretakers from not being able to come to events because they have to take care of young kids. So that's also for us an incentive. It's not necessarily paying, but it's providing a service that lets moms, mostly women mostly, to have the possibility to address their concerns and also bring their kids to spaces. Another one, for example, is bringing food. Some people want us to host events after office hours, but when they come there, they haven't eaten anything. So we make sure that we provide food. This was very complicated during COVID, but we did this. So when we talk about incentives, it's not necessarily paying. It depends for which specific group of people we're talking about, because when it comes, for example, and we've done this focus groups with farm workers, we know they get paid by the hour. So if we decide to take them out from their job, we definitely have to compensate for that and pay a similar amount to what they make per hour. And that is not something that we are making up. It's something that is based on other cities and the state actually and the federal government providing guidance on this.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Cisco?
Oh, I wasn't done. I know, I'm a little unorganized, but I'm getting it together here. Again, you know, this is all in my goal to try and create an us as opposed to an us and them. This is really where this is rooted in. You know, without getting too much of my soapbox, enough division. I'm tired of division in general. And so when I see support and establishment neighborhood associations in EPAs, that to me, it just feels like an us and a them. I think if we're going to be supporting establishment of neighborhood associations, it should be across our entire community. And if we're doing it right, everyone then will have access just by default. And so, you know, it may be a semantic thing for me, but I think, you know, how we view ourselves is important in how we move forward. So just my little soapbox there that maybe, you know, we just start with language that is, you know, by definition inclusive. Support the establishment of neighborhood associations throughout our community. And that's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Cisco?
Yeah, going back to Commissioner Sanders' reference to 6-2.14, one thing I noticed in the new ideas in the executive summary It's written, restrict tobacco and alcohol sales where there is already a high concentration of retailers and near sensitive populations, et cetera. When I look at the actual language, it's different. It says restrict tobacco and alcohol retailers near schools, youth populated areas, and senior facilities, and in areas with a high density of existing tobacco retailers. So it sort of eliminated the high concentration of alcohol. And for thinking about last meeting, you know how I feel about that. I certainly have no objection to adding cannabis to this, but I'd like to sort of formulate what the process is for determining what's a high concentration or high density of both alcohol and tobacco, because in the past we've relied on ABC, and like I said last time, the maps do not line up, and so what looks good on paper doesn't necessarily translate into the ground of the city and the neighborhoods that are impacted. I'd also like it to be expanded to restrict near open spaces, parks, trails, creeks, railroad tracks, again, getting back to the areas that maybe users aren't necessarily following our guidelines for tobacco use in public and or alcohol use in public, and they do affect youth, families, neighborhoods, and seniors. So I'd really like to see that expanded and get us a better definition of how do we determine whether it's a high density or high concentration of both alcohol and tobacco and cannabis sales. So that's my big one. The other one, I was looking at action 6-5.4, expand focus areas addressed by NRP to include EPAs, but one of the problems is our neighborhood revitalization program is basically not happening, and I know that our Chief Cregan would really like to see that restored to its former glory, and so maybe adding an action item for the council to explore that reestablishment of that really, really great program, if we're going to refer to it, to expand focus areas. So that's all I've got.
Commissioner Holton?
I will submit most of my questions via email. However, there is one that I would just like to point out really quick, and that's in Action 655, and that seeks grants and support current efforts to improve conditions in older homes that may have mold, mildew, and other contaminants. Just maybe some clarification on what the requirement for older homes would be. And then also to maybe even put a disclaimer in there that, so for example, one example I'll use is one that's local to me, is the Bellevue Ranch community, in which there was a lawsuit against a developer who had developed, and the majority of the homes there are stucco. So there was a lot of wood that was actually wetted before they actually stuccoed right over top of it, which resulted in a lot of black mold in that community, in that area. In doing so, there were a host of folks that when they bought their homes, there weren't those disclosures that were made to them. So that's why I think it's really important to have the term older homes actually set in stone, because if we start just saying, you know, a lot of folks are going to start to seek seek some sort of support or grants to mitigate their current situation, and we could be looking at a rather quick depletion of those grants. So that's all I have, and I'll submit the rest of my questions via email. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Action 6-1.6. No, I'm sorry, Action 6-1.7. Once again, it's the general plan's making general fund decisions, which I don't think is proper. And let's see. At Action 6-1.14, I guess, and this goes to a number of items in this section, it seems like that the city is getting into social service. And is that really the city's role? That's the county's role? Is it really the city's role? For example, this one is explore incentives for the establishment of neighborhood serving health clinics and facilities. I don't see that as the city's role. And so that's kind of throughout here. The Action 6-2.5, it talks about the Santa Rosa Equity Work Plan, and I wondered if that should be attached. I looked for it and couldn't find it. Let's see, I agree with adding cannabis, as my fellow commissioner said. And also, as Commissioner Sanders, the question about paying people to participate, I have a concern about that. I understand the philosophy behind it, but I have a concern. I wondered if on Action 6-3.6, if community engagement or whatever is left of community engagement worked on that, on this section with all of you. So.
Yeah, the community engagement team started to work on this with us, and then we continued with the violence prevention team, which also hosts a lot of community events and works on these topics. And I think a big part of how this is usually implemented is creating guidelines. So if your concern is that they're not properly applied, I think the language that we could possibly include would be creating those guidelines so the city has a clear idea on how these things should be addressed and it's not open to misinterpretation. And I think that's a fair concern that we could address that way.
Thank you. Action 6-3.18, once again, it's general plan stating what staffing should be, which I have a concern. I'll reiterate Commissioner Cisco's comments on Action 6-5.4. I don't even know if you need the term EPA in there because the back in the day that neighborhood revitalization neighborhoods were those neighborhoods. And you read that and it sounds like it still really is existing and it's not. So I don't know if the word expand is really the right word or reinvigorate and I don't mean to be wordsmithing, but this is something near and dear to my heart. So. See, Action 6-6.2, requiring convenience stores. Once again, I think maybe not require, but encourage. And then Action 6-6.7, regarding chain restaurants and requiring a conditional use permit. I totally disagree with this. And I think I did disagree with it in a lot of ways, but I won't go into it any more than say I disagree with it. Let's see, I think I'm getting close, folks. Action 6-6.23, require public development projects to provide access to sustainable food for residents. I wondered what that meant. If you could kind of clarify for me.
Yeah, we can add clarification, but I think it's mostly thinking about areas that are food deserts and try to have spaces that are including, spaces that actually sell or have access to a community garden, which is also part of what has been included in this chapter.
Okay.
And we can clarify if you think that that's not clear. I agree with you.
Action 6-7.6. Once again, I don't think that's Santa Rosa's role. I think it's the county's role. And then action 6-7.7, it says continue to train city staff, and I wondered what staff was trained in this already, and if there could be some clarification of that. Okay, and that's it for me on this section. Anybody else have anything? Commissioner Duggan?
Yeah, I've got a few comments for Chapter 6.
Did I pass you by?
It's okay.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
It's late. No, it's fine.
That's my bedtime.
I know. So I've just got a couple. Like I said before, table 6.1, page 6.6-5, just cross-reference that with figure 2.4. Okay, page 610. It's the life expectancy map. I'm not clear on if you can clarify the relationship of this information with the rankings of the census tracts, table 6.1, and the equity priority areas, if there is any kind of correlation or, why this information is being presented here. I'm not exactly clear. It's interesting, but I don't know what it refers to. Page 6.14. Action 6-2.16. Update zoning code sections governing non-conforming uses to consider phasing out non-conforming uses over time. It's like that's not entirely clear. And is it proposed for all zoning districts and all uses, or just limited districts and limited uses? And should there also be a required action to notify the property owner of a non-conforming use when and if the status of that use is changed? And figure 6.3, page 619. If I'm reading this map correctly, which is a big if, considering my comments on the scale of the map, I think it's plain wrong. I can think of, 6 or 8 supermarkets within the orange shaded areas. There might be some areas within those shaded areas that are further than a half a mile from a grocery store, but within all of these areas that are shaded, there's several Safeways, 1 Whole Foods, an Oliver's, 2 Lola markets. So I think that exhibit needs to be updated.
Just to clarify on that map, that information is 2020. So in some cases, we actually have some grocery stores. However, the criteria for the mapping is having access to a grocery store on a distance of 0.5 miles. So if there's a percentage of homes that is far away, more than 0.5 miles away from the grocery store, which is considered a walking distance, then it's mapped on the color. There's one particular area where we know there is a community market that has been built, which is the one on Highway 12 and Mission, but the other ones, we were not able to verify if there was anything else that was built that had access to grocery products and fresh produce, which is also the criteria.
Again, if I could say, at the West College shading, that was a G&G grocery store for many, many, many years prior to 2020, and it's been a Safeway ever since. Maybe there are areas within the shaded area that are a half a mile or more from there. Maybe what you need to do is locate all of the grocery stores and put a circle around them that's a half a mile in diameter, and that might better show the areas that are further than a half mile from the store. Because it's I think this exhibit is the most confusing one in the whole plan, frankly.
We could definitely do that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, and then page 6-27. I don't have any particular action, but would it be possible to amend or add an action regarding the siting of dog parks and their locations with other parks, and how when schoolyards count towards our park acreage total? I live very close to a schoolyard where it's very clearly posted, no dogs on school grounds, no dogs in the park, and every day when the kids go home, it becomes a dog park. All the neighbors let their dogs run free on those grassy areas, and I can't, I don't think all the dogs are cleaned up after, and I think it's a health hazard for the kids. So I think if there's a way to add specific dog park requirements or add more dog parks, maybe that's what the community needs. Okay, so that's all I've got for Chapter 6.
Anything else on this chapter from anybody? Okay, so we get to the final section, the glossary. Commissioner Holton?
I have nothing regarding the glossary.
Commissioner Cisco?
Just maybe adding in a definition of fire zone, and maybe that's the place you'd put how we determine high concentration, what that means, or high density, whatever term you're going to be using.
Vice Chair Duggan, I won't forget you.
So could we add a definition for greenfield? I know there's a definition for brownfield, so just what, to do the opposite of the brownfield. And the description of missing middle housing, is that a standard definition or description? Because it seems a little bit odd to me. Like, is all missing middle housing in walkable neighborhoods? And then under Nick Downs, on the same page, which is page 7-5, can we add to the description that it minimizes the crossing distance for pedestrians? And then also, it's not in the glossary, but in Appendix B, the climate change vulnerability report on page 2, can we change the sentence in the second paragraph, which will go into effect in January 2022, and which will require local governments to, which went into effect and requires local government?
I'm sorry, would you tell me which part of the climate change vulnerability assessment report
I think it was page 2. Hang on. Yeah, under regulatory framework. The second paragraph, it's right after California Government Code, which will go into effect, that sentence.
Great, thank you.
And that's all I've got.
Commissioner Peterson?
I have no comments on this section.
Commissioner Carter?
No comments here.
Commissioner Sanders?
All of my Post-its are in the glossary. No, that's not true. The only thing I would like to see is that if there is anywhere in the text an undefined initialism or acronym, that maybe we can get it to click to go to the glossary and have that in the glossary, just so that for ease of the reader navigating. Other than that, that's it. Thank you.
And I also have a question on the missing middle housing definition. When I Googled it, I got refers to house-scale buildings with multiple units compatible in scale and form with single-family dwellings in walkable neighborhoods. So I don't know if there's a standard industry definition of missing middle, but I think this is probably not it right now. And then one of the things I forgot to mention at the beginning, and we're going to do this all again, is throughout the document where there's the term family, I think it should be households, which is what's standard with HUD right now. I'm going to ask, Commissioner Holton.
And actually,
Hey, thank you.
just one addition for the glossary, and this kind of relates to Commissioner Sanders' question earlier. Maybe some clarifications in regard to what is the determination of a heritage home and what the actual requirements for a heritage home are. And that's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to thank all of you for all your hard work. It's really an incredible document. You've done a great job. Do you have what you need from us?
No, please mail it.
Okay.
Yeah, anything. I mean, seriously, if you have handwritten notes even, just take a picture and email it to us. Otherwise, we're going to be doing a lot of stop, fast forward, rewind of the video. So it is much easier if we have stuff that you already have created. It does not need to be grammatically correct or pretty.
Okay, thank you. So anything else? Okay, then the meeting's adjourned. Thank you.